So, thanks guys. Every year I write this big long speech, I play a sad video, I cry, and I say, all right, we're going to do it a little different this year. This year I'm going to just try to talk from the heart and look at people's faces and kind of enjoy this moment, because this is special. This is real special today. Firstly, thank you to the council, village manager, for allowing us this time to come here and present this check. I know it interferes, adds about 20 minutes onto the meetings, and I know they get long these days. So, for anyone that doesn't know much about the cook-off, we started 11 years ago, had no clue. Bunch of firefighters thought it'd be a great idea. I think we were more excited about having drinks ourselves in the parking lot and serving chili. And it has turned into something completely different. Although it's a big chili cook-off, it has turned into one of the best events around to honor our veterans. And it's such an amazing feeling for me, because I've met a lot of these vets and I've talked to them, and their stories are just phenomenal. I've become friends with a lot of them over the years. So what we do, and although he says the credit and says Dave McGovern, there's a whole group of people that make this work. It's not Dave McGovern. I'm just part of it. A lot of my board members are here tonight that we work all year round. I see Cindy McDonald there. She's bringing new sponsors every year, doing endless stuff. Peter Allen, Shauna, Amber. Amber's no longer with the village, but comes back for this event and helps and helps and helps. She helps with everything anyway, so it's not she's leave. But I see so many of my board members, and they're all here, and they work so hard all year round to make this work. They drive me crazy, and I give in to most things that they want. But we did it because we believe the fire department it's its own little army, if you ask me. We have so many resources, and most of us that do this job are very pleased and are blessed. This is not a job, it's a calling. It's one of the best things you can do in your life. So for us to be able to give back to these men and women that made the ultimate sacrifices with their families, this is just unbelievable. And we're doing it with a chili cook-off and a beer festival, so it even gets better. So for anyone that doesn't know, our 5 charities that we do raise money for are Operation 300, Warriors Renewal Coalition, Tequesta Friends of Public Safety, Southeast Florida Honor Flight, and Wounded Veterans Relief Fund. They're the 5 charities that benefit from our event. Like I said, it has grown into an event that now it sells itself, and although it's a lot of work, and this year we had a hurricane 2 days before, and we sat in the EOC on the Tuesday, and they said, what are you going to do, or what are we going to do? And we looked around, and I said, we're not canceling it. I said, the weather will be beautiful. We'll bring in volunteers. We'll bring in whatever we need. We'll build overnight. We'll make it work. But I said, these deserve the money, and we'll kill ourselves. I said, if we get up here Saturday morning to beautiful blue skies and we're not out in that field raising the money. We knew it was going to drain because it's got the best drainage around over there. So we weren't worried about too much of it. So yeah, Thursday that storm pulled offshore. We made some phone calls, and we actually started setting up Thursday afternoon so that we could get ahead of it. We were there late Friday and back early Saturday, and it was amazing. And if anybody was at the event, at 6 o'clock the heavens opened up, lightning struck, nearly killed 5 or 6 volunteers, but it helped clear the park a little bit earlier. So the police were delighted. They were very happy.
Can we thank Steve Weigel for coordinating?
Yeah, Steve Weigel kept the weather away. He was one of our volunteers and everything else. So just real quickly, because I think it's super important, every year I have sponsors, and I'm just going to run down some of them because I want you to know how many businesses and how many things partake in this and want to give back to our community. We had to turn people away because it's just getting to that size where we just don't have any more room. But our sponsors, and a lot of them have been with us since day one, DSS, Bob and the guys, they've been with us since the first time we've done this. Huge supporters of our military, and we became great friends, like I say, every year. So Comcast, DSS, Helix Urgent Care, Futures, Fountain Blue, Phil Perko, Dignity Memorial, Outdoor Kitchens, Tequesta Tire, Lighthouse Custom Homes, Nitrogen Bar and Grill, Freedom Boat Club, Tiki 52, Waterpoint Realty, Hard Exercise Works, Tide and Table, Centennial Bank, Lebovic, DreamWorks, Island Contract Remodeling, Dry Pro, St. Mary's, Good Sam, Palm Beach Gardens Hospitals, Brick and Barrel, State Farm, Palm Beach County Union, Under the Palms Realty, Homes for Heroes. Who else we got? We got Vintage Camper Photo Booth. That was a huge hit this year. Everyone loved that. KMC, KMW Legal, Waste Management, Gordon and Partners, DreamWorks Realty, Ireland US Experience. I had to throw something in there, like for me. It's my company, but United Rentals, Dunkin' Donuts, Compass Health, Mr. Vacuum, Waterview Kitchens, South Florida Emergency Vehicles. Even the guys building our new vehicles threw in a couple of $1,000 to say thank you to our veterans, which was absolutely awesome, considering we're giving them so much anyway. So,
And they have brought that up.
So, lastly, it takes 140 volunteers to run this event. 140. So David McGovern doesn't run the event. David McGovern has a lot of key people, like Bud Burns said, and Peter and everybody, and Sean and everybody, that Amber, and all of them play key parts, and they all have teams underneath them, and that's how we work it. We work it like an instant command system, just like the fire department. We go to what we know, and we run 140 volunteers to pull this off every year. And some of those volunteers, I don't know if she's here, is Jules Tooman, brings us 30, 40 volunteers. Palm Beach Gardens Fire Rescue has been sending 30, 40 people to help us every year for the last 2 years. Also, North Palm Fire Rescue send all their volunteers and from their program, as well as Palm Beach State College send all the students up to help. So it is really, really a collective group effort to pull this off. And it has to be, because this has grown bigger than us, and it's amazing. But before I announce the winners, before I announce giving the checks and the amounts and everything else, there's two things I want to do, and that is there was two people this year that to me went above and beyond. They showed just this excellence of, I deal with every department, I guess, in this village. And I have a great working relationship, I believe, with a lot of them, and I do a lot for them and they do a lot for us. But there's certain individuals in certain departments that they don't have to be out there doing what they do to help. And one of them is Keith Robinson, our electrician. Absolutely phenomenal. We had a lot of issues because we're bringing in more trucks, we're bringing in everything. He was there, he was doing so much to help us out this year, to make sure that the power was going to be right, nothing was going to go wrong, and that's a credit to him. He didn't have to, always had a smile on his face, when I know he wanted to kill me half the time, and he wanted, he was just pretending that he was happy, but no, he was just a joy, and he's a credit to this village, and we should be very proud to have him working for us for so long now as well, and I'm just very, very happy to be able to have worked with him. The other person that we're going to recognize tonight, and I'm going to give them both an award here, is Doug Chambers. Absolutely. He is what we want every single employee in this village to be. He is the hardest working person in this village. That man was with me from 6 in the morning till 8 o'clock at night, driving JCBs, everything when we got beer trucks stuck and the whole lot. He never stopped. He was there during the rain. He helped clean up. He was there. I said, you don't have to do this. You can go. He goes, nope, I'm here. And that was just absolutely amazing to me, because he didn't need to. He came in on that Saturday. That was his day off. I know he doesn't work too many Saturdays, probably Monday through Friday, whatever, but absolutely, he is what makes this village so special. And if we get more people like him, this village is going to be very, very safe in the future, and they're going to have absolutely amazing people working for them. So he is a credit, and he sets the bar real high for anyone else we're bringing in. God help who replaces you. That's all I'm going to say. God help who replaces you. So we had, I'm going to have Chief help me here. I don't know if Keith's here. Keith's not here, is he? No, so I'll give this to someone can accept this. And I'll give it to you for Keith as well. And it's a plaque, and it just says, presented to Doug Chambers from Tequesta Friends of Public Safety. Thank you for your dedication for making a difference. So if you want to come up, Doug. I appreciate you and all your hard work. So now the fun part for me, and not just for nothing, I just want to recognize one other person. Chief Gass, is he here? Chief Gass was with me in the field. It was 8 o'clock. We were soaking wet. We were filthy. All the beer had already been put away. We couldn't even have a drink or nothing. We were devastated. And I said to him, I said, hey, you go on, get out of here. You're 70 years of age. Sorry for telling your age. I said, you're 70 years of age. Get out of here. You don't need to be doing all this heavy lifting. And he turned around and he said to me, if you're here, I'm here. And I thought that was amazing. So what's so cool is we actually said, oh, this guy's got the work ethic that we want here as well. Rick is actually going to be, Chief Gass is going to be now running our non-combat volunteer program, which is going to be starting here real soon. He's going to be at our open house on Saturday, signing up any volunteers that want to come along and help us with a lot of this stuff. And he's going to be the head of it. And who better to have retired fire chief? And with his work ethic at his age, it's absolutely brilliant. So we're delighted to have him involved. All right, the part we've all been waiting for, that right? So this year we had 30 teams. We went into it with 30 teams. We didn't know what to expect. We didn't know what was going to go on. And, oh, by the way, one sponsor I forgot because I see him sitting here is Brendan McCarthy. Brendan McCarthy did all the food for our VIP. But not only that, Brendan is a local business, and he, during COVID and everything else, he supported everything. Even when his business was struggling, he was over there at the Legion handing out food with us for everybody to make things easier for themselves. So he's a credit to have in this community. And thank you so much, Brendan, for everything you do for the fire department and for Tequesta. Really appreciate it. So yeah, we had somewhere in the vicinity of 35,000 people show up this year. 3,500 people. We're aiming for 35,000. That's the goal. And yeah, it was. Trust me, 3,500 is enough. I promise you. We went into this year with a goal. Last year we raised an awful lot of money, and we tried to not be naive or anything like that. And we said to ourselves, look, that's going to be super hard because last year's total. So everybody understands, last year's total was 2 years combined. We had Stark bringing in a lot of sponsor money in 2019, just before COVID hit. And then when COVID hit, of course, we had to cancel the event. And a lot of our sponsors, who were absolutely amazing, said, hey, just keep the money. And then they doubled it up the following year. So we kind of got like double of what we got. So we kind of went in with a realistic goal this year, and we said, all right, we want to get $75,000. If we hit that 75,000 mark, it pushes our donation in 11 years over $500,000. That was our goal. That's all we wanted. We said, man, for a little fire department to be able to donate $500,000 to these charities in 11 years, that is just phenomenal. So we went in with that. So last year, of course, we raised $110,500, and all the charities got $22,100, and it was amazing. And so we are super proud of this number. Although, like I said, I will tell you, we did get over the 75, so we are super happy. But we are like over the moon. So just last night, Mr. Perko came and met me at my kids' soccer training and handed me a check to cover the insurance of our event this year. And we really appreciate that because it helped to push us a little bit over this special number of 75, which was great. So without further ado, guys, this year the Tequesta Chili Cook-Off raised $113,500. Each charity will receive $22,750 here today. which gives our total that started in TBC parking lot 11 years ago, which we could have just ended it right there and then. Our total, the Quest of Fire Rescue's total, and TBC have now donated $540,000 over 11 years. We couldn't be prouder. Every single person that's involved, thank you so much. Because again, it is a family, and we have this saying in the Quest that in this family, no one fights alone. And that goes, we have made a lot of friends over the years with everybody and all our sponsors. And just thank you so much, because it is a family that makes this happen. But most of all, thank you so much to our veterans. I see some guys sitting up here in the front, and I know, Janet, you're going to say a few words, and I see vets all over this room. You are the reason this country is amazing, and thank you so much. So before I hand out those big checks and we take a few pictures and then we'll jump out of your meeting, I know Janet was going to say a few, weren't you? And then if any of the other sponsors wanted to say that.
Wow, I'm flabbergasted, because you did say that it was the double last year because of the thing. I was just like, oh my God, that's just so wonderful. And I can't tell you how much Southeast Florida Honor Flight appreciates David's work, his team, and all of you. We appreciate you so much. And down in the front row here, we have a 101-year-old World War II veteran and a 97-year-old. And on our last flight, we had 104. So we're still flying World War II. And it's because of you guys that we're able to fly World War II, Korea, and Vietnam veterans. And now we're moving into that Vietnam era, and they so appreciate it so much. So thank you, David. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank all of you. We appreciate it.
So if you don't mind, we'll just hand them their checks to let them get a little picture up here together, and then we'll jump outside and do the rest of our pictures outside. So again, guys, till next year, thanks a million. We're already planning. I know Cindy's already getting emails coming in, people booking their spots already for next year, and that's how much the event has meant to everybody and how it's come to this point. So thank you so much. Let's give you these checks, and then of course we'll give you the little ones that mean it. All right. Friends of Public Safety, anyone, Peter, do you want to hold on?
Sure.
Hold on for our moderation.
Yeah, I think we're gonna leave a picture on the Friends of Public Safety.
Operation 300?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
We don't miss John checks.
Renewal Coalition or Warriors Renewal Coalition? We didn't get a chance to put the Warriors part. Next year we'll change all this. Check that. Alright, and then we got Wounded Veterans Relief Fund. And we got Southeast Florida Honor Flight. Very nice. See, she never left. So again, if anyone that came just for the presentation, we're going to go into the lobby here. We'll take a few more pictures, and then of course we'll give you the little checks that mean everything. So thanks again for everyone that came out to support tonight, and thank you again to the council, village manager, for allowing us some time to present the checks.
Thank you. It's very pretty.
I can see about a half a little more.
my God.
So I don't want the little truck, I want those big trucks.
Give him a second. Look at his sanitation. That's amazing. Hundreds more. God bless him. Hundreds more. I know. Amazing. I wouldn't even see the service. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on in the agenda now. So our second presentation is a presentation of the village financial results for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2022.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. So I'm going to have Mr. Snyder come up to the podium, so if there are questions, we can answer them. I guess hold your questions to the end, and I'll go through this. But pursuant to our village charter, I'm supposed to provide end-of-the-year financials within 90 days of the close of the year. Just want to make a note that these are subject to change. These are unaudited, so if the numbers are different after the audit, that'll obviously show up. So I may say that a couple of times just so you don't hold me necessarily to these numbers, and it'll be represented in the audit. But so we have basically two types of funds. We have governmental funds, which are listed on the left. Those are funds typically funded through taxes, grants, supported activities, while on the other side you have the enterprise funds, which are usually self-supported and provided by user fees. The general fund is typically the primary operating fund. Typical service include public safety, fire, police, code enforcement, public works, parks and rec, other general government services. The general fund revenues, budget versus actual. So you have this slide, just a couple of highlights on this one is, if you look at the differences on like other taxes, it's represented by increase in the insurance premiums, $28,000, infrastructure tax, sales tax that was $102,000 more than budgeted, electricity tax $64,000, and so that makes up 75% of the $259,000. The grants section, you'll see a dip there, and we have the grants, but we don't actually recognize those until after we expend those. So we have not expended those, even though we budget for them. The intergovernmental is our state revenue sharing. The majority of these increases is sales tax. We took a very conservative approach in the budget process for the sales tax, not knowing what the economy is going to do. As you guys know, the state of Florida has done extremely well on the revenue side. So charges for service, this surplus is typically due to land development fees. We did not budget for large projects, and we did have have one come in this year. This is just the summary by department. Just a couple of highlights. The village clerk, you'll see $42,000. That's primarily because we didn't have an election this past year. The other one is the big one was the fire control. We budgeted for the fire truck. We did not spend that. We're still waiting on those. I think we're looking at April-ish for the first delivery, and then I think August of this year. So you'll see this part of the rollovers at the end of this presentation. We have a whole list of rollovers that we plan on rolling the purchase orders over into this year. General fund balance calculation, as you guys know, this has been a big topic for us, and since I've been here, our general fund, as we started out a couple of years ago, we had depleted it over time. I think it's in a healthy state. So this is our current fund balance, $7,431,840. We have pulled out the emergency funds. We have a $500,000 emergency fund inside of that. And so we also have a budget rollover of $2 million. So represent on the next slide, you'll see that our 17%, which is our 2-month operating, we have hit that of the $2,521,000. Above that, we have $478,000. So I know part of our goal is to work toward the 3-month operating, and so we will continue to try to drive that as we move forward. But we are $478,000 over our policy, and so we're back to where we needed to be a couple of years ago. The next fund's our building fund. As you guys know, the state, the revenue obtained shall be used solely for carrying out the Florida Building Code. Healthy fund. We've had a lot of redevelopment over the last couple of years, and so our fund is represented here. Other governmental funds, you have our capital improvement fund. This is our surtax. So this is typically the funds driven by our water utility tax and our state infrastructure tax. And so at the end of close of year of this year, as of September, the fund sits at $912,000. This year that we're sitting in today, we have planned $1.2 million worth of expenditures out of this. So you compile this $912,000 with roughly $700,000 we get in that fund. We still have a pretty healthy fund to continue to do improvements that I know the council has really set us out to do as kind of the mission. So capital projects fund, this one's a little different. This one's funded out of general fund. So if there's projects that we're using general fund monies for, it'll go into this fund. This next year we have 2 projects that are being funded out of this project, which are 2 sidewalk projects. So there really won't be a balance at the end of this year for this fund. Special Law Enforcement Fund, as you guys know, from time to time we utilize this fund for specific items related to the police department for them to enforce. This is seizure money, so it's very specific what we can use these funds for. You will see out of this 125, we do have 2 rollovers that are planned. That the motorcycle, which came after September, we still have that expenditure, but it'll be rolled over into this year. We'll pay it, and I think there's one other one that, or a couple other expenditures out of that fund. Other enterprise funds, we have our water utility fund. Doesn't do very good for the expenditures, but you'll see some revenues over expenditures. The green is the revenue. The yellow line represents the expenditures. As you guys know, we do have quite a few capital projects that are coming online. We have some water main projects down to Cuesta Drive, and so there's a healthy number of projects that are coming, including the water plant. So while this fund is currently healthy, we do plan on utilizing some of these funds for capital projects. So this just represents the total water utility fund and unrestricted net position. There are capital expenses that are not necessarily accounted for in here. So the refuse and recycling, as you guys know, we got hit with a pretty big request for an increase with that, but the fund is still fairly healthy. We won't see a huge increase other than what Waste Management asked for last time. We do want to continue to match what those expenses are in there. Our fund is $72,000. We typically expend $500,000 a year, so we'll continue to look at those, and as the budget process going, to make sure that we hopefully don't have to raise those rates, but we'll raise them just enough to cover our expenses in that fund. Stormwater utility fund, as you guys know, this is the one that's our one that we really got to keep an eye on. You'll see revenues over expenditures only in the sense that we've used ARPA funds to fund some projects this year, and so that's why, well, not this year, but last year, and so that's why you see the revenues over expenditures. We do have some other projects coming that will draw this down even more. That fund, this slide represents the drainage maintenance. The yellow line represents our overall expenses versus the drainage maintenance. So we want to continue to drive those maintenance expenses higher Obviously, we have some personnel costs that's built into the overall expense. And so that fund currently sits at $136,000. However, there are two rollovers that you'll see in a minute that are worth $126,000. So that fund is projected to sit at roughly around $10,000, which is, to a point where critically low. We are using some ARPA funds to help fund some capital projects in this fund, and we will continue to look at how we can get this fund healthy again. So these are the rollovers that are projected. In my time as a village manager, or even my time when I was with my other city, I haven't seen this many rollovers. A big part of the rollovers because of supply chain issues and not being able to get products. So you'll see bunker gear, AEDs, of course the fire trucks. There's quite a few projects that could have been funded if there wasn't for a supply chain issue. So we will be rolling over $2 million in expenses from last year into this year. That was accounted for in the general fund slide that I showed you. The building fund, as you guys remember, the $29,000 was one of the vehicles that we have for the building fund. We have not received that, so we are carrying that over. You got the special law enforcement, as I mentioned. We had the motorcycle, and then the department accreditation that's rolled over, that's ongoing. Water utility fund, a number of projects that have not been completed yet. We'll continue to try to drive those to make sure that we hit home with those, but we do have some purchase orders that are going to be rolled over into next year, into this current year. And then the bottom represents the stormwater, which was the two projects that I mentioned that we still have to take out of that $137,000, which is the vulnerability assessment and the El Portal stormwater projects. With that, I'm happy to entertain any questions if you will accept this final report, or that'll be the motion, so that way I have given the report for the end of the year.
Thank you, Jeremy. Any council comments or questions?
Jerry, I just have one question. The $95,000 for the assessment, we're getting a grant for that, though.
That's right. But
Is
there's
that
typically a revenue that was allotted in the expenditure, but that purchase order is a rollover, so we do have to roll that over into this year because we wrote that purchase order last year.
Okay.
So regarding our reserves, I am very pleased to see where they are at, because I know this council, as well as a few previous council members in the past few years, have worked hard to keep that goal and making sure that our village will be healthy in case of anything ever happened. So it was really important to get our reserves up because they were very low when a lot of us came on. So I'm very pleased to see that that's where it's at. Thank you. I appreciate all your work on that.
I'll just second that. Looking forward to get to 3 months.
Councilmember Johnson, do you have any comments or questions on the financial
No, I do
report?
not. Thank you.
Okay. Just one comment, question, maybe you can clarify. So the report shows that we're financially healthy, and I think the past November and this month, our balance sheets and the manager's report shows some negative, the revenue in the negative. So can you kind of explain that? Because for those of us that are listening, and just for record,
quite a lot of
maybe don't understand why that's showing as negative.
Well, quite a lot of the state shared revenues, the state picks them up, so the business will sell the product. They'll remit their fees to the state, and then the state gets them, does their magic, and then remits them to the governments. So there's a 2-month lag on our revenues. So you'll see that we'll have collected 2 months' revenues, and we accrue them for the prior year. So those show very light as we go through. But that is a lot of the reason. And we haven't done all our closing entries, so there's a lot of closing entries that we'll be doing.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
All right. No motion because it's presentation, so.
No, I think we have to accept it, right?
It really is a ministerial act. You can accept it as a ministerial act. It is an obligation under the charter for the manager to present this to you.
Okay.
So do we want to make a motion?
Go ahead. That would.
I'll make a motion to accept this report.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just 2 things I want to point out on the consent agenda. I do want to thank the utilities department They were proactive and signed up for 2 utility assistant programs for residents in need. So thank you very much. It's very nice that you were proactive and set those up. And then there was a kind gentleman that donated the maintenance of our banyan tree again. So we want to thank him for his generous donation 2 years in a row now. Okay, and next, communication from the citizens. So this will be for anything that is not on the regular agenda. Okay. All right. So I'll move on to communications from council. Councilmember Johnson?
None from me, thank you.
So the only thing I'd like to give some feedback, and it kind of relates to multiple departments, so I'm going to say it for council comment, and it will be in relation to Parks and Rec and our police department. Holiday in the Park, the tree lighting was fantastic. The only constructive feedback that was kind of floating around, maybe some lighting somehow in the back corners of the park, whether we find a very non-expensive way, like a box of solar lights or something to keep for events, so that way with all our teens and youth kind of floating around, there's some lighting in those far back corners that are temporary. And I know we're all advised and we all have kids up here, but if you ever stop to look at our youth in our village, it is growing so fast, and they are all approaching teen years, if not there already. So I think we all have to adapt, whether that's maybe adding some more police officers to the events, because kids will be kids. We all were kids at once. None of us were exactly perfect, but I think if we all work together as a village and give them a lot of tools and support, so that way we can help raise them all together and give them guidance. So if anything starts to go a little hairy, we are there on it. I will give credit to our police department. They were absolutely on it for a few things in that very busy park, as well as Park and Rec. They were running around, tending to everything that needed to be tended to. Everything ran very smoothly. The other thing I like to give feedback for Park and Rec is if we maybe a little more communication for cut down time. So if we have an announcement at 8 p.m. that park closes at 8:30, so anyone standing in line can make a decision, and just tweak those little things, I think it'd be amazing. But it was so charming. The tree was so beautiful, and everyone had such a good time. And it was really awesome to see a lot of teens out in the park and not driving around and running around God knows where. So it was very nice that we all can hang out together. Lots of ages, our elderly, our grandparents, our parents, our little ones, our teens. So I thank you guys for all your hard work on that. If we just maybe tweak some of those things, I think we could be even awesomer. And that was it. Merry Christmas, everybody, and happy holidays, and happy Hanukkah.
Thank you. Councilmember DeAmbra?
I will echo what Ms. Brandon said. The only thing I will add to that, however, is just remember accountability starts with the parents.
Sure.
It's great to ask for the assistance of public safety and others, but we as parents have the first line of responsibility in making sure that our children hopefully are behaving accordingly. But beyond that, I did want to also, again, congratulate Dave and the whole team that worked on the chili cook-off. They do an amazing job. The amount of money they've raised is fantastic for the groups that are benefiting from it. And then there was one party which we failed to mention, because the park is no longer leased by the village. It's in private hands. Which is why we don't call it Paradise Park anymore. We call it One Main Street. And Ms. Betsy Manelli was gracious enough to consent both for the Tequesta Chili Cook-Off as well as for upcoming Tequesta Fest in January for the village's use of that park. So I just wanted to, she's not here, but I wanted to thank her publicly for her willingness to continue to share that park, share those grounds, I should say, for events such as this. And again, Merry Christmas as well, and Happy Holidays and Happy Hanukkah.
The only thing I would like to add is right now we're doing a Shop Local event throughout the village of Tequesta. There's some stuff in the lobby. Great opportunity to go support your local businesses and turn in a receipt, and it's really easy to do and win a lot of prizes. So that go back to the village businesses. So go check that out.
Thank you. And just one thing I'd like to add, I attended the FDOT bridge coffee connection update. So I know a lot of our residents are interested in that, so I just want to give a high level download. So the Old Dixie and A1A intersection is going to be completed in December, with the exception of the signal functioning and the final mill and overlay and striping. So the signal and then the final mill and overlay and striping for all of the intersections that have been under construction are targeted to be complete mid-February. On the bridge itself, the first phase of the west piles are in. The east phase piles are ready to go as soon as FPL has de-energized their old equipment. And then they are talking about possibly having a staging area on 95 and Indiantown Road. So for supplies, and trucks will obviously be going up and down Indiantown Road for that. And then the full bridge closure is still tracking for March 13th, 2023. So just wanted to update everyone on that. Right around the corner. All right, so we will move on to our standing reports. Village Attorney.
No report tonight, Mayor.
Okay, Village Manager.
The crosswalk on Seabrook across from the rec center has been completed, so you will see those lights if somebody's trying to cross there. Tequesta Fest is scheduled for January 7th. Rumor has it on December 24th, Santa will be driving around the village. So that's our typical annual event. And due to the holidays and attendance, the January 3rd workshop is being canceled. And you have the rest of my report in your packet.
Thank you. Any council comments or questions for the manager?
Not tonight.
All right, moving on to Police Department.
Good evening, council, mayor, vice mayor, village manager, village attorney, and city clerk. For the month of November, we had several events. On Thanksgiving Day, we had the Run for the Pies. We had no issues during the Run for the Pies. And I would like to thank Jupiter Inlet Colony for their department for helping us also during the event. On Saturday, November 26th, we spoke with the Tequesta Gardens Homeowners Association. Chief Medina and I went there to speak with the residents. Approximately 25 residents of the Tequesta Gardens showed up. We addressed some of their issues we were able to solve. And once we left there, they advised us how happy they were with the villages and the services we provide. So they were very happy with the village. On December 2nd, we had the food truck and holiday in the park. On December 3rd, we also had the Christmas boat parade. The Corporal Will Horse Rat conducted vessel traffic during that traffic control during that time. During November, the Chief Medina attended the Palm Beach County Chiefs Association, the Senior Management Staff meeting, the Security Directors meeting, and he also spoke with the U.S. Attorney during this time. For the Bureau of Land Management, we provided 38 hours of service, and we had 107 contacts during that time. Training, Corporal Thomas Durrell went to Advanced Defensive Tactics Instructors, Sergeant Yildiz went to Advanced Handgun, and Detective Luis Lopez went to Background Investigations to help us with that. I would also like to commend our task force, DEA task force officer. During his continued fight against the drugs last night, he led an investigation that took 50,000 fentanyl pills off the street. These are pills that could wind up in our area, so I would like to commend him very much for that. So that's my report.
Thank you. Any council comments or questions?
Well, I appreciate that.
So
Yeah.
he does it. Our officer does a wonderful job there.
And Eric has a great nose.
Great,
Thank
you. All right, next up, Fire Department.
Well, good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Village Council, Mr. Manager, Attorney, and Village Clerk. You do have a copy of my written report. I'm going to try to hit the highlights. I'm going to start with the training. We did do some water rescue training last month. It was shift-based, so it's more of a plan to get our non-divers in the water and understand our program there. We did receive our approval to get our COPCN renewed from the EMS Advisory Council. We are waiting for the Board of County Commissioners to sign off on it. We expect that at the next meeting. We also received a renewed ALS license, so that allows us to operate our trucks and still transport people to the hospital. On an interesting note, I guess we did temporarily relocate to the community center for a short period of time due to some work at the public safety station there where we had to temporarily relocate. Personal training and accomplishments. First of all, firefighter Atkinson, one of our newest firefighters, she completed her paramedic training and is fully checked off as a solo paramedic. I'll add that she actually completed probation today, so we're proud of her. Our admin assistant up front, Elizabeth Spring, passed her exam and became certified as an EMS biller, so that's going to help out our internal operations in the office immensely. And I do still have one firefighter out due to a medical issue. Our outreach, I believe the police chief did mention the Trucks and Tunes event, which we were at the one in November and as well as the one in December. Of course, we have already talked about the chili cook-off and what a fantastic event that was, and we do look forward to next year. Our November was interrupted by Hurricane Nicole's visit. I would like to thank all of the staff that supported that. And we recognize Doug Chambers tonight for what he did at the chili cook-off. I'd like to point out that that was literally just days after he spent 36 hours straight here at the Village of DeQuesta dealing with Hurricane Nicole and the debris and some road damage and so forth. So yeah, he is a hard worker, and sometimes that gets overlooked. I'm going to be able to say that we don't have to monitor the tropics too much longer, although I never like to let my guard down too much, but we still pay attention. Future events, of course, Holiday in the Park was a big success. We enjoyed being at that. We have our open house. Our fire department open house is back. COVID interrupted us for a couple of years. Last year we had a real hard time just finding staffing to be able to do it, but we are back, so I would encourage everybody that's here tonight to come out and join us on Saturday morning for our open house. We're going to have some breakfast. We'll show you a little bit about fire trucks. I hear Santa Claus will make an appearance, so bring the kids, bring the little ones. He usually reads A Night Before Christmas with them, so it's usually a fantastic event and a lot of fun. On Sunday, we will be at the parade, and I hope most of you will be there too. So we will have a couple units in the parade. Also, this month we're continuing with some water rescue training, and last month, with council's approval, I was able to move forward and order the traffic preemption equipment, the Zoll monitors, and the SCBA refill stations. So we're just awaiting delivery on that, and I would say in almost each case, I would expect February roughly for delivery and implementation of those devices. And then I did share with you a few pictures of where the truck is, the current truck, the ladder truck that's being built. And as we get updates, I will continue to share that with you. The rest of my report you have. We obviously attend a lot of meetings as well. And if there are any questions, I'll take those now.
Thank you. Council comments or questions?
Well, you answered one of my questions, which was the delivery dates. The other question I had, Chief, that I wanted to, I know we were starting to look into this, but we had an unusual number of firefighters that had come down with cancer. Mm-hmm. And I think we were going to try and look to see if we could find if there was any kind of common cause, common element, or if this was just bad luck of the draw. I don't know where we've gone with that or what we've done with that, but I was just kind of curious.
So I did reach out to the Department of Health and talk to Dr. Alonzo, who I have a pretty close relationship since COVID. I'll be honest, prior to that, I didn't know who she was, but through COVID, yep, she picks up my phone just like that. So I reached out, made a phone call, and we spoke for quite a while on the phone. And she said, due to the fact that all three of the cancers that we're talking about here are three different individuals, they're three different types of cancer, there's no common link there, that it would be very unlikely that it would have anything to do with facilities or anything specific. Okay. That said, of course, there's lots of literature that suggests that it's all related to being a firefighter, but that's not to say that it's related to any one specific thing that the Village of DeQuesta or DeQuesta Fire Rescue is doing.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Just one quick question, because I was asked this at the FDEP bridge update. Is there any progress or anything official with the county having stationed people on the north side of the bridge?
Yeah, my last communication with, I want to say it was Chief Woodside, indicated they were having problems with the timing of it. I guess from their perspective, the bridge closure is happening a little faster than what they thought. So they're having a hard time getting in time. That said, I know they're still looking for alternatives as to where to put crews. Along with that, there was another bridge in Martin County, not the Island Way Bridge. I forget the name of it. It's off County Line. It's a small bridge. And it caught my attention that they were looking at possibly closing that one. So I met with Martin County Fire Rescue. Now, Martin County Fire Rescue is going to have to put another crew down here as well when that bridge closes. Now, while this doesn't directly affect Tequesta as far as our ability to respond, it does have the potential to add a little more traffic to our area, which is why I was at the meeting, basically complaining about their timing. What I was able to accomplish was to suggest highly that Martin County Fire Rescue work with Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, because it seems to me they both have the same problem. They need to both put another crew down here. So, regardless of where you're talking about, Martin County, Palm Beach County, or Tequesta, we're also talking about taxpayers' money. Coordinate this. And I think it's the two big boys in the room need to figure that one out. So I'd be happy to facilitate it, and that's what I'm trying to do. In the meantime, as you know, we're doing what we can. We've got traffic preemption devices coming in, and we'll work with what we have and make it work.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Yes, you as well. Thank you. Moving on to Utilities Department.
Good evening, Marjorie Craig, the Utilities Director. It's always so hard to follow police and fire. So you have my report. We expect the El Portal Stormwater Project 100% plans to come in this month, next week. The FDEP vulnerability assessment, thank you for noting that it is a 100% grant, $95,000, and it was approved, thank you, on the consent agenda. We've got the grant now, and we had our kickoff meeting and a conceptual GIS map already. It's already mapped, and I pulled in Doug, not even kicking and screaming, to the first meeting to look at our condition assessment. So we're going to review the data that they have and try to fill in any gaps. We also have, as you know, the DEP SRF loan, and our first tranche will be doing the water main replacement project 1 and 4. We have a bid out for that project. We had our pre-bid meeting. We had 4 vendors show up in person to the Village of Tequesta this week, which was great. And we had also a Zoom meeting, so DEP attended and was able to contribute to the meeting. And we have the bid opening next week on the 15th of December. So we've posted 2 addendums to Demand Star. And we've had, I think, about 28 bidders pull the plans down. I don't know how many will respond. So the estimated cost is over $2 million. And with that, I will wish you happy holidays.
Thank
Do you have
you.
any questions?
With respect to the replacement work, obviously, we've all heard about the supply chain issues. We've heard about some of the difficulties in getting the materials and things that you need. When you've talked to the folks that are interested, that have attended these conversations, what are you hearing as far as that goes?
Right now, that has not been a question.
Okay.
In my previous utilities director position, that was definitely a concern in the ordering of materials. The delay was at least 6 months. I was actually surprised that that was not a question.
So are we finding maybe that with the rise in rates and maybe the economic slowdown, that some of these things are starting to ease up at this point, you think? Is it, or you're not sure? Or
I hesitate to predict,
okay.
even with all of my years of experience. Even though I look like a teenager, it's the market is so volatile. But I was very encouraged to see that we had that attendance and that many people pulled down the plans.
Okay.
So to me, that was very encouraging.
All right.
That project, they also asked, was this one of several projects, and we were able to, of course, say yes. We will be having more projects.
Okay. Very good. All right, thank you.
And it's always better to bid more projects if you can
Right.
together.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
So question, looking at your, on your slides here, your consumption numbers are relatively the same from October to November.
Yes.
But your revenue up above it, you can see there's a pretty good difference between October and November. What would explain that?
Is it the cumulative chart?
This one right here. It's at the very bottom.
Which one?
Which one?
Well, yeah, the very top left and middle left.
I'll have to check it out because I may have accidentally made it a cumulative graph when it's really just a, not supposed to be a cumulative one. So
Yeah, just it caught my eye.
thank you for catching that.
Well, just to add a note, the other part of it is that the incremental differences from each data point are very small. So so if you look at it, it's 579 to 586, but on the graph, it looks like it's a huge differential.
Right. Good point.
But I think it may have to do more with the data points than it does the visual.
You're right. I'll go back and check. Yeah, fun with statistics.
Okay. All right, I don't have any questions. Thank you, Marjorie.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the regular agenda. We do not have any old business tonight, so moving on to new business. Number 11, consider approval of agreement between the Village of DeQuesta Police Department and the Drug Enforcement Administration.
Good evening again. In this agreement, the Village of DeQuesta Police Department and the Drug Enforcement Administration agrees for DeQuesta to detail one officer to the DEA West Palm Beach Task Force Agency for a period of not less than 2 years. This agreement, the village normally signs yearly with the DEA. The only difference between this agreement and the past agreements is this is a multi-year agreement that ends September 30th, 2026.
Thank you. Any council comment or question?
No, just that I think this has been very beneficial both for the DEA and for us. The village has really benefited both financially, but I also think in terms of the relationships we have and the experience that we gain that can be shared. This has been an outstanding relationship, and you guys are to be commended for continuing to encourage this and to grow it. So, good work.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Yeah, you're still up on deck, okay. Agenda item 12, consider approval to enter into a vehicle lease agreement with Enterprise Holdings for the DeQuesta Police Department's DEA Task Force agent.
Yeah. This agenda item is an agreement between the DeQuesta Police Department and Enterprise Lease Agreement for rental of a vehicle for our DEA Task Force agent. DeQuesta's Task Force agent's responsibilities have changed since he's been assigned there. At first, his role was just reactive. As you know, he has the canine, so he would go in there after the area was secured with the canine and search for drugs or money. Now, due to his involvement in the agency, his involvement has expanded to conduct surveillance and lead investigations, and that can take him throughout Florida. If the vehicle becomes compromised during his investigation, we would be able to turn this vehicle in so it wouldn't be so he would be able to get a new vehicle through this. Also allows us the flexibility to exchange a vehicle in case the one he currently has any type of mechanical issues. We could just take it back to him, exchange it for a new vehicle, which would in turn save us money on rental agreements.
Thank you. Council comment or question?
I think that's awesome, and just if the public is trying to follow along, I think us having an officer involved with the DEA is a great way to keep tabs on what kind of drugs are floating around in Florida, and it keeps them out of DeQuesta, and it gets us a good inside loop. So that's what we're kind of talking about here.
And I'll just add, this is one of those special law enforcement fund. This is where this has been funded from.
puts the canine in the back of a rental?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a mobile dog crate to put in with her.
Yes, sir.
Any other council comments or questions? Any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, agenda item 13, consider approval to increase the special detail rate for the Village of DeQuesta's police department officers.
Yes. This agenda item is a recommendation to increase the special detail rate for the police department officers. Starting January 1st, the rates would increase from $35 an hour to $45 an hour per officer. A second increase would take place on January 1st, 2024. At that time, the rate would increase from $45 to $55 an hour per officer. Detail supervisors would also receive an extra $5 per hour, and holiday rates would be an extra $5 per hour for each officer. Just to give council background, our rates have not increased in a minimum of 6 years. This increase will make our detail rates comparable with other departments on the north end of Palm Beach County.
Thank you. Any other council comments or questions?
I have one question. I probably should know the answer to this, so I apologize. When are these under what circumstances are these costs absorbed by the village, and under what circumstances are these costs passed along to another entity?
I'm sorry, sir, I could not hear you.
Under what circumstances are these costs incurred and paid for by the village, and under what circumstances might they be incurred and paid for by another entity?
These costs are for non-sponsored village events. So any event that we have that's not sponsored by DeQuesta is when we would charge these rates.
Okay, so we would charge this to whoever the sponsoring entity was?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If we assist with detail with other municipalities, like say Jupiter, who pays for, well, they would pay, but do they pay our rates, or would it be their rates if we're helping with like a Jupiter event?
If we would go to Jupiter, we would get Jupiter rates, and if they would come here, they would pay, the officers would be paid our rates.
Okay, got it, thank you. Okay, any other council comments or questions? No. Public comment? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on, agenda item 14, consider approval of Sports Time, Inc. facility use agreement for the 2023 summer camp at DeQuesta Rec Center.
Yeah, this is the approval of the Sports Time coming in and running our summer program. Last year, they ran a very good program. It's at zero cost to the village. Nothing much has changed since last year, other than taking the resident registration time period and stretching it out a little bit further. But pretty much everything stays the same from last year. So if anybody has any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Council comments or questions?
So using them allows us to accept more kids for camp, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's the only one I really wanted to clarify. It just, yeah.
Okay, any other council comments? How much did they pay us last year? Did that increase or is it the same rate?
It increased.
It increased?
Yes.
Okay. I'll say my daughter attended the camp and had a blast and had zero complaints. So I think it was a nice addition to the summer camp at the new rec center. And do they project it's going to be in the same counselors, or could it be all different counselors this summer? You just don't know, or
I know
have they
that
said
we're
anything?
going to have a new camp director. They started out for about 90% of the summer, and then that camp director resigned, and they brought somebody else in, and we don't know who that is right now. But as for counselors, I cannot answer that question. My daughter will be back. So,
Great.
yeah, that's all I can answer for her. Yeah.
Thank you.
During summer recreation, summer camp, what are the hours that the public has no access to the rec center?
Pretty much Monday through Friday until 5 p.m.
Okay. So after 5 p.m., will the rec center be open?
Yes.
Until
Yeah.
what?
So
7?
typically it closes at, Monday through Friday, it closes earlier, but Tuesday, Thursday are our long days, and it's open till 8 o'clock.
Okay, so Tuesdays and Thursdays, excuse me, will be the only days after
Pretty much.
summer camp
Yeah.
available to,
Yeah.
okay. What's the number of kids that are going to be, what's the number of vacancies, I guess?
112 per week.
112, okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Oh, any public comment? Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, moving on, the new agenda item 15 is consider approval of disaster recovery proposal and extension of backup services agreement. Brad?
Good evening, everyone. I was not prepared to go first. I thought for sure you're going to throw me in the back of the line. But we've all discussed this individually. This item falls under a new state statute, 119.0725, which designates as confidential and exempt critical IT infrastructure. And it allows us to obfuscate the details of the vendor from public view for the purposes of cybersecurity. So that being said, this item is for disaster recovery purposes and business continuity. It will enable us to maintain business operations if something disastrous were to happen on premise here that caused our systems to be unusable. So I believe that Keith may have a little blurb regarding the details of the statute, just for the public's information.
The statute that Brad cited creates a new public records exemption, excuse me, as well as a sunshine law public meeting exemption. When you're talking about procurement or presenting evidence or information that's related to what the statute calls critical infrastructure, which basically means information technology systems and assets. The procurement that's before you tonight falls into that category. So the documents related to this procurement are confidential and exempt from public records disclosure. Beyond that, if the council felt that it needed to have a more in-depth discussion, we can do that. However, that portion of this meeting is exempt from the Sunshine Law, which means it does not occur in the public. We would still have to record the meeting, and the recording would have to be transcribed, and then that transcript still is confidential and exempt from public disclosure. So if the council feels the need to have a more in-depth discussion, we can recess the public portion of this meeting for you to do that with a recording of the exempt session. If not, a motion would be appropriate at this time.
And so no public comment on these items then?
Well, if you want, you can take public comment, but
Can't really answer anything?
there's no, it would be inappropriate to discuss in any detail the vendor or the particulars of what is being procured, because that is all confidential and exempt.
If I can volunteer some information, we did budget for this project this year. The project, after some negotiations, is coming in significantly under budget. So that is something good for the public to be aware of.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve.
And
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Rob. Okay, moving on, agenda item 16, consider approval of beach road design guidelines. And real quick, before we get started, I would like to just say a couple words on the next three items. This process did start because it was council's desire to come up with design guidelines for the beach road corridor as a whole, just like we did recently with our commercial corridors. Like many municipalities, we've been facing an influx of redevelopment and new development, which we welcome. But we realized that some of our codes were outdated and did not convey to today's standards. So it's also beneficial for developers, planning and zoning board, our council, to have these guidelines so we know what design features we should focus on when we're reviewing new projects. There was never a specific condo building on Beach Road that has been targeted. There was never a specific person on Beach Road that spearheaded or drove this process. It was all council. I also want to remind everyone that we have very qualified planners that spent a lot of time working on this. It was not done in a vacuum. So I just like to say that before we get started. So Nilsa, the floor is yours.
Yes.
And actually, just for the council's benefit or consideration, these last three agenda items are not inextricably intertwined, but they certainly are. Are somewhat intertwined. If it's the council's pleasure, it would not be inappropriate to discuss them as a package. You're certainly entitled to take them as individual agenda items, but I did want to let you know that, given what they are and how they all relate to each other, it would not be inappropriate to package the entire discussion as you see fit.
Great, thank you. All right, Nilsa.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, I'm Nilsa Zacharias, Community Development Director. I have 32 years of professional experience. I have a bachelor degree in architecture, a master's degree as a Fulbright scholar from Iowa State University in planning, land use planning. And with me is a senior planner, Lance Lilly, with a master's degree also in planning. We have tonight 3 PowerPoints. The first PowerPoint is to go through the design guidelines. Then there will be another PowerPoint addressing the specifics of the ordinance, the 2 ordinances. So with you, Mr. Lilly.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm going to go over the Beach Road design guidelines. So as you know, this process actually started in May, but we had our first workshop in June 29th. We had an open dialogue with residents of Beach Road community, as well as other residents in the Tequesta community. We then, had another workshop, which is October 3rd, which we presented to you guys. So a lot of this stuff might be similar, and what we received was feedback from the residents as well as the council. So just to go over the existing conditions of the corridor. So as you know, there are 13 condos over there. Beach Road corridor is evolving due to the redevelopment of that area. And there's been a lot of emerging trends such as zoning regulations, architectural design, and environmental concerns. But the overall premise of this and what we'd like to do is maintain and enhance the Tequesta small town village feel and keep the urban character and scenic views, or scenic charm, sorry. So just to go over the zoning map of Tequesta, the major areas that we're focusing on is the ones that have the arrows on the right-hand side, which is the R3 zoning district. It allows for 12 units per acre and a maximum height of 11 stories / 101 feet in height. So the proposed design guidelines. So I think it's always important to show what we do not want to see, which is we don't want to see flat boxy buildings. We want to see something that's going to be interesting and provide character for the village. And what are the goals of these guidelines? So the goals of these guidelines is to support development that are consistent with the village's vision, to encourage site planning and architectural design that will enhance the character of the Beach Road corridor, ensure compatibility, provide flexibility, and also communicate with developers early on essentially what we'd like to see and as well as what they would want to design. So how are we going to use these guidelines? So the biggest part of these guidelines is that these guidelines are meant for, there's a lot of pictures in these guidelines, and the pictures are more so representations. They're not meant for literal interpretation. So there's going to be some elements that we talk about. We don't want you to specifically pick those elements or pick those photos, but the elements of those photos and those principles of architecture. And as well as there is a guidelines, a checklist with the guidelines that we would use concurrently with the review of the guidelines. So the design guidelines is broken up into 4 different sections. We talk about building design, we talk about site planning, landscaping, and public streetscape. So building design. So elements of the building design include the height and massing of the building, how to break up the building, how the heights can be changed. Also stepping back the building, how to provide some type of articulation or interest into the building. And as I mentioned, building articulation. So how does the building move? How is there rhythm? And then also colors and materials, because colors and materials are important. Instead of you just having one white blanket building, you might have, you know, a primary color and a secondary color just to break up the trims of the building. So then we also talk about fenestrations. We don't want some type of intense glazing. We'd want something that would provide some walls with a mixture of windows, that it's not just all glass, that it's a mixture. But then also include some type of green design if possible, just because of sustainability elements of it. So then we move into site planning. So site planning, so we have building orientation. How do you orient the building? There's environmental benefits of orienting buildings. There's also vehicular parking and access. Do we want to have garages? Do we want to have guest parking? Do we want to have things of that nature? And then also, how do you have interesting recreational space? Do you have recreational spaces on the roof? On the roof, on the ground floor? Where do you put these recreational spaces? And then we talk about refuse and loading. We just want to make sure that the building or the refuse and loading, the dumpsters or whatnot, are compatible with the architecture of the building. How is the signage being provided? Is the building compatible as far as transition with the neighboring municipality, as well as some of the other buildings that are adjacent to it? Landscaping. So in the landscaping portion, we talk about how landscape buffers are important, how foundation plantings can soften the appearance of the building so buildings don't look as intrusive. You can have maybe a taller palm or taller canopy to kind of soften it. But then also we provide some type of recommendation for plant palettes. So a developer will know directly what type of plants we'd like to see or what plants they could put there, et cetera. Public streetscape. So we know that the public streetscape is important just because the public realm is important. So how can you beautify this public streetscape? Do you want to put shade trees or benches along the sidewalks or meandering sidewalks or lush landscaping? How can you make this more interesting? And also we know that pedestrian and cyclist pathways might be something that we can include. So we'd like to have some type of fostering of the pedestrian environment and keep it friendly and safe for the residents. And landscaping and lighting. So how can we provide some type of landscaping to make this area still look beautiful, but also have some type of lighting in the area? And then also the utilities. During this process, a lot of people have mentioned potentially burying utilities or making it look a little bit aesthetically more pleasing with instead of them having some type of utilities overground, maybe you put them underground. That would just be a recommendation, or it'd be greatly encouraged. So I guess the biggest portion of this is with the guidelines is the checklist. So the checklist has a lot of elements of the guidelines, and it's the checklist that we provide to the developers just to kind of tell them what we'd like to see, and they would then fill it out and tell us how they're achieving these elements of the design guidelines and how each design element will be accomplished. And this is just to show how this can all be done, that we don't want, just some type of flat building, that it can have some type of glassing or railings or architectural interest. And then this was a conceptual plan that we just came up with, just to kind of see how it can look with all these elements included. And this is just an additional streetscape design just to show with the lush landscaping and the meandering sidewalks. And these proposed guidelines were heard at the LPA meeting on November 17th. And the LPA unanimously recommended approval of these design guidelines. And thank you very much for your time.
Lance? Do you have anything else to add, Nilsa?
Yes, what I wanted to add is the design guidelines that is part of the package and is part of the public records does not include a specific language with regard to setbacks or anything. It's mainly focusing on architectural aesthetics articulations. The part that includes setbacks and others are on the ordinances that will be presented as follows.
Thank you. Okay, and then since Keith gave us the allowance to do so, does council agree to maybe discuss all three of these items and then go back and take a vote on them?
I think the design guidelines can be considered, as Nelson just said, some of the other changes such as setbacks or. Can't hear you. As Nelson just said, some of the more significant changes are in the ordinances themselves. The guidelines are just that; those are guidelines that are meant to convey to the developer as they begin the process of what our expectations are and what we'd like to see. So it's really, in addition to a process we already have in place where we encourage developers to come to us with a conceptual design. So I think we can take on the design guidelines separately from the other two, but I think the other two blended together make a lot of sense. That would be my thought.
I agree with that. And that's because I think there's been some confusion about the design guidelines versus ordinances and new codes. A lot of emails, a lot of communications from residents are encouraging or against design guidelines, but I don't think it's been made clear what really the design guidelines are and how they are, or really more importantly, how they are not enforceable. So I think we need to take a minute to really explain what these design guidelines are and how they're not ordinances. I think they're separate.
I'm fine with keeping this item by itself and putting 17 and 18 together, discussion-wise.
Okay. So, Councilmember Johnson, would you like Nilsa to maybe do a better or more detailed explanation of exactly what the guidelines mean?
Yeah, I would. Simple question, maybe not a simple answer. Are the design guidelines enforceable like a code or ordinance is?
The design guidelines include a number of on the checklist where the developer can explain how do they achieve those. There are a number of criteria. So, and until now, when we receive an interest from a developer, the village right now does not have a document that will include the aesthetics interest of the village. So the design guidelines include, the ground articulations, the middle articulation, the rooftop. They are guidelines, So
aesthetics.
Aesthetics,
right?
Mainly aesthetics. And so now, when a developer is interested, they will have this document to look through, and then at the end, there is a checklist with a number of pages that they can go through and explain how are they achieving each of those articulations or massing. So it's mainly aesthetics.
Okay, so if you don't mind, humor me, I'm a developer and I'm applying to redevelop. Where these design guidelines, you're going to give me this checklist.
Yes.
How many do I have to check off before I am approved, or does it not work that way?
No, we do not have a recommendation with regard to, well, you need to comply with all of them, 50%, 20%. No, we do not have that. The design guidelines is meant to provide flexibility. The main word here is flexibility. So now the developer will have like a menu. So I always, when we started this process, I said, it's always good to arrive to a restaurant and have a menu. I can pick lasagna, I can pick these other dishes, but I definitely cannot pick hamburger because it's not part of the menu. So Now we have this menu where they can go through and explain how are they achieving, or some of them they might not be achieving. So, but it's a set menu. And definitely we are not intending to have a boxy building. That was very clear. That's on page 6 of the design guidelines.
I apologize that I'm still confused by this, but you say the checklist, you compare it to a menu, although there are no choices. It's either you did this and you explain how you did it, or you explain why you didn't do it. You don't explain what, you don't choose something else like you would on a menu, like you said. So if we have boxes, but they're not enforceable, but we want them to check it, I'm having a hard time understanding the entire point of this, except to say, here's what we would love for you to do, but those are guidelines. That's not a checklist. When you make it a checklist, you're asking them to say, make sure you do this, but then you're sending mixed signals saying, but you don't really have to. So what is the point of all this?
Yes, in the, from the planning point of view, urban planning, many municipalities, they do have checklists, design guidelines and checklists. That is exactly to provide to the developer an idea what is the municipality looking for. So that's the purpose of the design guideline. Like it says, it's a guideline. It's not a specific code where we require a specific height or a specific setback. A guideline is a tool very much used in the urban planning world.
So if I can jump in here for a minute. When the Mastriani family came forward with the original building design, we gave significant pushback on that. And then they went back and redesigned the entire building, to their credit. And they came forth with something that we said, okay, this kind of reflects more of our expectations in terms of what should be built in Tequesta. I think, but they had to come back, you know, they came in with a concept, we completely turned it down, then they came back with a second. Well, I view the guideline book as a tool that, instead of coming in first time with something that's completely out of our expectations or out of bounds, community development can hand this to them, and they can say, okay, here are the expectations that we have as a village and as a council in terms of what you're going to bring forth as a building. And it's very much in your best interest to understand what the expectations are and come forward with something that meets our expectations, but without saying it has to be A or B. Or, you know, we give them, as you said, if we give them a range of artistic elements that they can utilize. We don't want to pigeonhole the architects. We want to give them some creative freedom, but that creative freedom has some expectations and some boundaries, I guess, around it. So I see this as a tool to expedite that process, and hopefully when they come in with something that we're going to respond somewhat positively to.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, maybe it's, I'm splitting hairs, but the idea of a guideline and the way the checklist is being presented, they seem to not be the same thing in my mind. But if they are, and I'm just reading into this too much because of what we're calling them, then that's fine. But just to be clear, it's essentially a wish list. I mean, if we're gonna just call it things, it's a wish list. I mean, right? Nothing is, you can't say you have to have all this done or you're not going to get this passed.
I mean,
that's not what we're doing here.
Ideally for me, I'd like them to be required, but they're not. They're a guideline, so that was.
Well, let me ask you this.
That was my compromise.
If you would like them to be required, what part did you take in making this list?
Well,
are they things that you came up with? Is that why you'd like them to be required?
It was part of kind of the charrette too, and when Nilsa had the workshop with the residents, she literally, her and her team took everything they heard and bottled it up and packaged it and took the key points that were coming up consistently from residents, such as the tiered roof lines. But for me, this takes away the free-for-all. So for me, this is a communication tool. I like that you say the word tool. So when a developer comes to Tequesta, it's not a free-for-all. They know they're coming to join our village, and this is what the village is looking for. This is what we should start with. So when we go to a conceptual design to council, whoever's sitting up here, I feel it's going to get a better starting point, and you might not get a full pushback. it'd be more productive conversation, in my opinion, because there's already been a starting point. It's our way of starting the conversation with them
I
on
think
paper.
it's a good start.
On paper, and I've looked at it. I mean, there's a lot of creative freedom in there, and the fact that it's not required, but it's a strong, here's what we are looking for. And if you want to come to conceptual and get a good productive acceptance and conversation going, these are good starting points. That's how I see it.
Okay,
So guys, real quick, if you wouldn't mind, I think Keith maybe can advise a little bit on the guidelines and what that means.
Right now, we have current code in Chapter 22, which deals with aesthetics, and this is currently in your code, and these are, strictly speaking, elements that are to be considered during a quasi-judicial hearing to approve or deny a site plan. And I'm going to just read a couple because you're going to hear how subjective these things are. Right now, the site is supposed to consider harmony with other buildings. Buildings or structures which are part of a present or future group shall have a unity of character and design and a relationship of form, and the use, texture, and color of materials shall be such as to create a harmonious whole. We have another code section that talks about harmony with surroundings. Buildings or structures located along strips of land or on single sites and not part of a unified multi-building complex shall strive to achieve visual harmony with the surroundings. If they're built in undeveloped areas, the three primary requirements shall be met: express honest design construction, proper design concepts, and be appropriate to the village. This is the kind of stuff that's in the code right now. In my view, these design guidelines are meant to assist an applicant in being in compliance with these code sections, because these are in your code. They've been in the code as long as I'm aware. They're very subjective. These design guidelines, well, if the council wants and ultimately adopts them, we need to put language in the code that says we're adopting them to be used. But in my view, in my opinion, they are meant to give an applicant some tools to meet these code criteria that are in the code and are supposed to be met in a quasi-judicial hearing. So, on the one hand, no, they're not, it's not like a setback where you say, you have to be a minimum of 20 feet in from the front property line. But they're meant to be a tool and a way for an applicant to address these things that are in our code and are part of the decision-making process. And they would be a tool that's used at the staff level. The checklist would, yes, we addressed this and here's how we did it. Or at least here's how we think we did it. Yes, we addressed this and here's how we think we did it. No, we didn't address this because we did something else and this is why we think it's appropriate to bring forward.
So you're saying if we approve the guidelines, that there would be, the code section you just covered, we would make direct reference in that code section to these guidelines?
Yes.
Yes, we
Yes.
add it.
Thank you, Keith. I hope that helped clarify it a little bit. Councilmember Johnson, I don't know if you have anything else to add, and Councilmember Brandon.
I'm good.
Okay. Councilmember D'Ambra.
I'm good. I think these guidelines are important. Like I said, we've said all along, we want to provide some architectural creativity, but we want to set what the expectations are. It's interesting when the village attorney is reading about being in harmony with the other buildings. Well, I can tell you right now, the 100, 200, and 400 buildings are not exactly superior examples of wonderful architecture. So I certainly wouldn't want to see it be in harmony with those buildings. I would like to see us move in a different direction where we actually have some creative things that are really really valuable and really are additive to the Beach Road corridor. And I think that's where we're moving and where we're trying to move with these guidelines.
Commissioner Stone.
Yeah, so thank you for coming. This is part of the ugly part of government where you kind of have to work together within the community to kind of make everything come together, and not everyone's going to be happy, and that's the fun part for us, which is really not fun. So I do appreciate everyone coming. What I do thrilled about is there's a lot of really good people here and really good experts in their fields. And so I'm happy to go through this process. On the guidelines side, I do think it is a tool, and it can be used throughout the process to improve it and make the process better. My concern is if for some reason someone from the LPA or from the council might not have the right perspective and use it as a tool to their advantage to prevent something from happening, just because. And I guess you could do that now because it's not in harmony, and that's an opinionated situation. And so I guess that hasn't really happened in the past, so, or maybe it has, but what would, Keith, if you could help me understand, let's say someone from one of those boards said, all right, you didn't check one box that I really want to see, so I'm gonna vote no, and they got enough people to say no because of that. What would that applicant do at that point?
Well,
based on the guidelines, purely guidelines, but they meet all codes.
If they meet all the codes and they didn't check one box, in my opinion, in a quasi-judicial proceeding, if you met the codes, the applicant has met all the criteria in the code, then the appropriate motion would be to approve the application. You know, in terms of the guidelines, if an applicant came in and said, you know what, I'm not even gonna, I don't care about your checklist, I'm not gonna look at it, I'm not gonna participate, I'm not playing, that would be sufficient to deny an application because however, because of the way these are drafted, going down the checklist, here's how we believe we've addressed this and here's what we think we did. In my opinion, they have complied with the guideline requirement, and then it becomes a question for the board in the quasi-judicial hearing, have they met the code sections? Is it harmonious? And have they used, you know, were the guidelines used to meet that harmony or avoid some of the other things that are discouraged in Chapter 22?
Yeah. Thank you.
That's what makes me nervous, but I'm sure it'll be fine. There are 48 boxes to check on this checklist. I'm afraid that somebody will check 45 and get approved, and then we set the bar and go, well, we approved 45, but can we approve 42? And that number becomes important instead of the context and what they're actually checking off and not checking off. And I'm afraid that number is going to become important. I hope it doesn't. That's all.
I think to your point, Aaron, the context is important, and I think that right now we have nothing. You know, right now we just have the verbiage that the attorney shared with us. As we said, this is a tool that will provide a very specific overview of what our expectations are. And if a developer is going to come here, it's very much in their best interest to have taken it seriously, worked with, you know, the community development, and come forth with something that the council and the community is going to respond positively to. If they don't, you know, there is going to be significant pushback. We all know that. So I think this is a strong step in the right direction. You know, maybe as time goes by, if there's further improvements we can make, we can, but I think the work that's been done here is pretty darn good, and we've had a lot of input from the community, and I mean, I'm comfortable with what we have here at this point in time as a very important first step in this process.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you did on this between the October workshop and now. I know you picked up a lot of the comments from the workshop. And my only thing, I brought this up in October, and I said the same thing with the commercial corridor. I don't like the green building standards. I think they're confusing. I don't think this is the right place for them. I think if we want to tackle green building standards, that should be done as its own endeavor. We know the EAC has been looking at these sections on our comp plan. So I just wanted to throw that out there for consideration. If anyone else, we could likely approve this and just say remove the green building standards if everyone else agrees. So I'll just leave it at that, and you guys can.
I would agree with that.
What exactly is it that you're speaking of?
The green building standards that are referenced in the plan.
So at the workshop, we went through that list.
Yeah.
And we decided to take the green building standards and talk about it later as its own piece.
I remember. I was just looking for it in the
So kind of
presentation. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I understand.
I'd be fine with that.
The only other thing I would add, and maybe this is going to come up in the ordinance, is that when we talk about,
Speak up.
I'm sorry, in the ordinance, when we talk about the side setback, we have this 2 feet incremental step back, which really makes no sense. And I know there's a proposal that we change that to 2 step backs. The only thing I would say is at the very top of the building, where we've eliminated 6 feet, that that step back be modified to maintain the same width of the building that is currently available under the current code, rather than compressing that.
Is that the next item?
No.
Yeah, that'll be the next
Well, there's a
item.
reference in the guidelines. That's the only reason I was bringing it up.
Okay.
Sorry, I was confused.
All right, any other council comment or questions?
No, ma'am.
Oh, all right, I'll open it up for public comment on the design guidelines specifically. I'll take comment cards first, and if you did not fill out a card, you still have a chance to speak. We'll go through the cards first. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I currently live at 350 Beach Road, and I have been an owner of property in Tequesta for over 20 years, and now I am a full-time resident and really enjoying and absolutely love the area. So starting, mainly I want to focus in on Ordinance 1522, specifically the setbacks. And,
ma'am,
she called me, and I put in there 1522, so I think I'm up early.
Yeah. So,
So I'll sit down and wait for the next
yes, if you
item.
don't
Thank you.
mind. Yeah, so this will be just for the design guidelines specifically. Okay, well, so maybe just put that aside for the next, we'll deal with it as we need to, because I know they're all convoluted, so.
My name is Elizabeth Schauer. Everybody knows me as Liz. I live at 85 Teakwood Circle in Tequesta Pines, and I am on the LPA. These guidelines are giving developers some creativity. When you presently drive down on Beach Road, it's just like, it's so common. There's nothing to really appreciate. You just drive through and, oh, I went through it. This is giving you a lot of creativity. And I really and truly, I know the word guideline scares a lot of people, but sometimes they need a little bit of a guideline, developers, and to be a little bit creative and to think outside of the box. I mean, Lance and Nielsa have done such a tremendous job and spent many hours on working with this, and they sat with each one of us and going over and asking us our questions and what we wanted to change in the guidelines, and they listened to us. I had 3 major things that I wanted changed, and they changed them. And everybody on the board approved them. So I know it's something new, it's different, but I really think that it is going to, developers will bark in the beginning, but you have to remember, they come, they make their money, we're stuck with the building, they leave, and that's it. So that's how you have to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mark Bedell, and my wife and I own a residence at 350 Beach Road. We've been on Beach Road for 11 to 12 years, and we love it there. We agree it's unique, and we want it to stay unique. But we do have problems with the guidelines, and some of it was what Councilman Johnson talked about. This guideline is going into your code. There was just confusion a few minutes ago when Ms. Wolfenden got up here and started to talk, and she said, well, I'm talking about Ordinance 1522, and you all said, well, no, that's the next thing. But this ordinance 1522 are the guidelines. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. And in the guidelines, there are references to the setbacks. In the guidelines, there are references to the parking requirements that come up in the next two ordinances. So the confusion you're creating is now you're going to approve guidelines that reference parking, that reference setbacks. Unless I misread the 80 pages, I will agree I am not an expert in this area, though I litigate the area a lot. But I believe that there are references to the setbacks. In fact, somebody just talked about the upper part of the building being moved. So there are setback references. So if you adopt these as, quote, guidelines, but you put them in the ordinance, then they're part of the ordinance. And then does the developer who doesn't meet that guideline somehow have a problem? Because he's now not met the ordinance. So from our standpoint, we would ask that you reject these, clear up those kinds of issues, because they exist throughout these guidelines in the brief time we've had to look at them. Make them harmonious with, I have no real problem with guidelines, the idea of giving developers an idea of what they should do and what you all like. I think that's good. I've sat through a few meetings recently, and I think developers have been responsive to you. So giving them ideas of what you like, but a 45-page checklist, Councilman Johnson's right, somebody's going to start talking about, I did 36, not 42. You approved 36, but not 41. And you're creating a real problem for yourself. As somebody who litigates these claims, you're creating a minefield that needs to be cleaned up, in my view. So I would ask you to reject these guidelines at this point. Clear up the differences between what's an ordinance and what's a guideline. If it's just a guideline, I've got no problem with it. But if it's an ordinance, I have a problem with it. Thank you.
Thank you. You say that again, Lori? I don't know if they.
Ron Klein?
Yeah, no, speak to the ordinances.
Brian Seymour?
Before I start my time, do y'all have my letter? Did y'all get the letter I sent?
We did.
I have copies if you want another one. It's really beautifully written, obviously. But I misspelled your name? All right. I'm going to blame somebody else even though I actually typed it. I apologize, Nelson. Okay, now we can start my time. For the record, my name is Brian Seymour. I'm an attorney with Gunster, and I represent Island House Northeast. And I want to make clear, we're talking about residents. Someone said to me tonight, well, you're here for the developer. I do not represent any developers in this particular case. I represent a lot of developers, none of them here. So this is about these residents and the impacts they have. I think, Mayor Young, you said these were not designed to target a specific property. That's not the point. In practice, they effectively only impact in a significant way, particularly this property that is 350. And Mark stole some of my thunder. But the issue with the guidelines is not that they're guidelines, it's that they're not. As Keith mentioned, they are being built into your code. And I agree, those are very vague standards that probably need to be updated. So I just added some words to him. But those standards are vague that you have. And yeah, the guidelines can help. But to the point, what if I come in with a developer and I meet 27 of them? Is that enough? Or do I have to meet more than half? What if I meet a quarter of them? There's no way to know. And when you build something into your code, it has to give us some direction, and I do represent developers, that's about 95% of my life. When we go look to say, do I or don't I? And so if you want to adopt guidelines, that's fine. But what you're about to do is adopt these, and then following this, you're going to adopt, if you do so, 15-22, which if you read just the caption, references the design guidelines. And when you read into the code, it specifically incorporates the guidelines. So it is a code that has to be met in a way that we're not sure how to meet. Again, there's a lot in there that's probably fine, and it really does some good things, and developers can meet. But they also have some other impacts, and some of them I put in my letter. So when you require different structural elements, there's a huge impact on that. You could lose units, you could lose the square footage, you could lose some space for your cabinetry, and I don't mean like cabinetry like you have, I'm talking about electrical cabinetry, particularly when you start dealing with some green building issues and putting in charging facilities for cars. All that takes time. It also costs a lot of money. So the more you lose and the more it costs, the less likely you have an opportunity. So this isn't saying no. We're not asking you to say, do not adopt anything. What you're going to hear tonight on everything, on all three of these, from the residents of Island House Northeast, is quite simply, give us time. Let us sit down with Nelson. We've hired an architect who does this all the time, and start talking about, does this make sense? What was looked at? How was it looked at? Why was it done? So that we can all sit down and have the time to really work it out, not press. Nothing's going to happen in the next 30 days. Nothing. So give us 30 days and then come back and we can all look at it. And maybe we all come back together and say, you know what? Let's all adopt this. So that's what we're asking for tonight.
Madam Mayor, please, I would like to go through the PowerPoint for 1522 because I think there are some confusion also.
Sure, do you want to do that now?
So, Ordinance 1522, first reading.
Oh, wait, no, I thought you were going to clarify the, like, cross-reference between the guidelines and the ordinance. I don't want to start talking about the ordinance yet.
He made a lot of reference to step backs and setbacks, which I think it needs to be further clarified in terms of requiring or not. So
Okay.
the
I'd like to
design
take-
guidelines do not include specific requirements with regard to setbacks.
Right, they reference the code, and so if the code doesn't, if the ordinance doesn't change. Okay, thank you. Continue with public comment.
Mr. Bradford turned in a card that says agenda item 16. I don't know if that's the news.
That's correct. The beach guidelines is 16 now, so we bumped in the IT one before it.
Thomas Bradford, 44 Chestnut Trail. You know, I didn't study these guidelines. I read them once or twice. To me, it's a no-brainer. You need more clarity in the code. And the section that Keith read from, if you adopt these, then it will help the whole process relative to the quality of what comes before you ultimately. No one knows why any elected official votes one way or the other unless they happen to say why they did that when they're at a meeting. So whether they don't like the color purple or orange or stucco or wood or what, you never know. So whether they are upset because somebody didn't check off a box, they don't even have to say. An elected official or an appointed planning agency person does not have to say why they voted for or against an item. So I think we're making too big of a deal out of that. But all you need to do is to modify the code through ordinance that says in this particular section that Keith read from, that you are providing guidelines for introduction to the developer at the DRC process, and those documents will be presented to you and the LPA or the planning agency, whatever is in your process at that time, so that you also know, as well as the DRC staff knows, how they felt and acted in regard to the guidelines. In regard to the green items that are in those guidelines, if you're banking on the EAC has been working on the comp plan items for green buildings. But that could be 2 years from now before you ever get those. So I think if you have some sort of reference that green items are a plus in your guidelines, that would be helpful to keep them now, and then you can amend these guidelines whenever we get around to the comp plan update that's coming in the near horizon in a year or two. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to offer a thought, and I think this goes to what the prior gentleman was speaking to. The guidelines are not an ordinance, okay? They're a tool. And if you look at the top of page 3, under the proposed ordinance, and I'm not saying whether I'm for or against that ordinance as it stands currently. It says design guidelines mean a document that describes the architectural and design goals of the R3 zoning district. The guidelines include a description and intent of the overall development and provide design principles for architectural, landscaping, open space signage, parking, surface and structured loading, public, etc. So it doesn't say that the guidelines are specified items that they have to comply with. It says it describes the architectural design goals and intent. And I think that is the purpose of those guidelines. So that's why I think those guidelines, because I understand what you're saying about setbacks and all that, but that's dealt with then in the ordinance itself, and we will address that. But the guidelines themselves, again, it's a tool, provides an overview, provides a sense for the developer of the direction they need to go in, and if they do, again, they're going to get a more favorable response than if they choose to ignore it or go in a different direction.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Ambra. Lori, any more public comment?
I have done no more for the guidelines.
Okay. Anyone that didn't turn in a card that would like to comment on the design guidelines? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is John Griffiths. I live at 375 Beach Road, and had a fair amount of communication with some of you through the last several months regarding this very subject. And it is, I agree with a number of the comments, it is very confusing in the context of we have guidelines, but there's certain components of the guidelines that actually do say that you need to do certain things. And in particular, and I think the most controversy component of these guidelines is the setbacks, because that goes to the essence of a developer and the FAR they can get on a particular piece of property, all right? And that goes to the heart of the economics of a project and whether it pencils or not. So, to that end, and I want to speak at the ordinance side of this too, but I just want to read from page 20 of the guidelines. This is in particular regarding the setbacks and step backs. It says, for proposed developments within the Beach Road corridor, buildings should be designed to include step backs and distance from the coastal construction control line as follows. Buildings should be oriented to front Beach Road and provide step backs to reduce the dominance of the building massing. Building step backs from the side and front will contribute to viewing corridors as well as providing architectural diversity and character. Finally, buildings should be setback, from the 1979 coastal construction control line to provide distance from the dunes and decrease the building presence on the beach. So, to me, this could be interpreted as you got to do this, all right? And that obviously needs to be clarified because in my mind, this is all about the setbacks and it goes to the buildable square footage on the site and therefore it goes to the value of the property and what a developer can afford to pay for the property because he can build X amount of square footage. And that's what it's all about. So some clarification certainly does need to be made with respect to the setbacks, as I think it is the essence of what's, you know, the heart of the issue here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the design guidelines? Okay. Nilsa, if you could come back up now. I did want to clarify, and that was one of the reasons why I asked if we wanted to discuss all three and then vote. But when I look through the new design guidelines, I felt like the guidelines reference the code, and then if the code stays as is, that's the setbacks it's referencing to. Or am I missing something where it's calling out for the exact setbacks in the guidelines?
The guidelines were not intended to include specific requirements with regard to setbacks or stepbacks. They show a number of variations to have articulation. However, the ordinance is very specific, so that's the reason I wanted to present the ordinance.
Did the guidelines reference the exact setbacks? Or I know the next one deals with the other ordinance deals with the landscaping and the parking. changes, do the guidelines specifically outline those, or do they just reference the code?
Yes, I would like to read from the design guidelines, page 7. So basically here is where we put the zoning regulations for the R3 district. And we just say, in terms of setbacks, all developments within the Beach Road corridor must comply with Village Code Section 78-143. So that's what we are saying. The point is that if a developer look at this design guideline, they say, I wonder what is the setback that this district requires, they need to go to that section of the code to read with regard to the setbacks, but that is code, So that's the reason we included that specific language on page 7.
Right, so let me just rephrase that.
Yes.
Make sure everyone understands. The guidelines are not dictating the exact setbacks or parking requirements. All they do is reference the code number.
code.
So then you would have to go to the code.
Yes.
And follow that. So if the codes don't change, say we don't change anything tonight, these would reference the existing codes because we do have
Exactly.
existing setbacks.
Yes, the reason we didn't, because we weren't sure about the code, so that's the reason we just said there that must comply with Village Code Section 78-143. So basically that's where, that is the next presentation, so where we will talk about setbacks and code language.
So for me, the guidelines are by themselves because they're just guidelines, and the ordinances are regulated, and they are needing to be met, if they pass or if they stay the same. You still have to meet the same code if they don't pass. But with the unknown, and it is not uncommon, we have been here before where we've had multiple ordinances that are separate, but they do relate to each other, and it gets a little confusing, and that's why oftentimes we will try to talk about them as a whole. So that's why I don't mind talking about those two ordinances, but for me, the guidelines are just guidelines.
I just want one thing clarified, and I'm
Yes.
finished. In the guidelines, in the typical step back diagram on page 8 and on page 9, it shows the CCCL line and it shows the setback being 5 feet, which I think is what's being proposed to amend the current code, right? That's not the current code, that 5 feet right there, right?
Correct.
So then why is that pictured as a
We-
typical, that makes me think this is what it's supposed to be?
No.
And it's not.
We can remove that picture if that will be more clear, but definitely, definitely this, we
Nilsa,
have.
I mean,
we-
clarity is the key. This
Yes,
is so
if
hazy
we-
right now. We need
Here, we are
clarity.
not saying that there is no language right now on the design guideline that says you must meet 5-foot setback
Then
or
why-
anything.
All due respect, and why put that in there as a picture and underneath the caption as typical building section? Why put 5 feet there?
I
If
think,
that- if
at your
that's-
point, I will agree. If that's gonna make much clearer, we can remove these two drawings because the design guideline itself is not talking about a specific setbacks, So when we go to the ordinance, we can, that's where we will be talking about the 5 feet.
I think we could make a motion to approve this, and to your point, Aaron, that 5-foot element, depending on what we do with the ordinance, can then be modified accordingly.
Right, that's right.
So I would say anything that we may or may not approve with respect to the ordinance, to the extent that it has any impact at all on the design guidelines, that the motion would say that the design guidelines would be modified
It's modified
appropriately to
accordingly.
reflect
Okay.
whatever happens with the ordinances.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, thank you.
Any other council comments?
And that would be my motion, by the way.
And I don't, about the green building standards too. The motion, so Councilmember Danber is going to make a motion.
The motion is that we accept the design guidelines, but with respect to the ordinance that follows, depending on the outcome of those ordinance votes, that if there's any modification that needs to be made to the design guidelines to reflect the ordinances, those would be made accordingly before they then get published and made available to the community and developers.
And did you guys want to leave the green building standards in or not?
I agree that I think there's a better time to do that, and I would request to remove that section.
I agree.
Agreed.
I'm okay with that, too.
Okay, so
So
we're
if
back
you
to the
add
motion.
that to that motion.
Yeah, so I'll modify the motion to say we'll remove the green building standards at this time.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It would be my recommendation that, even though it's been approved, that we bring the revised document back to you to make sure everything blends, especially depending on what you may or may not do with the next two agenda items.
Agreed.
Thank you, Keith.
Yes, this is the first reading, and the purpose of the first reading is to listen to the council and listen to the residents. So for the second reading, there will be, all your comments and conditions will be reflected on the document.
Well, is there technically a second reading for the guidelines, or we're just gonna see it a second time if there's changes?
No, the guidelines don't require a second reading, but I would be my strong recommendation, since there's going to be changes, I would want the council to review the revised document and just put your approval on the revised document as well, just to be sure.
I mean, that was the motion, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I just, absolutely agree. I just want to make sure, it's not a second reading like we are required to with ordinances as second readings. We're seeing it possibly a second time revised. Okay.
We're choosing to
Right.
to review it and pass it the second time.
Right. Okay. All right, moving on to agenda item 17, which is ordinance number 15-22. Keith?
Okay. Ordinance 1522, first reading. Ordinance of the Village Council, Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 78 zoning, Article 1 in general, Section 78-4 definitions, creating a new definition for the term design guidelines at Article 6, Schedule of District Regulations, Section 78-143, Schedule of Site Requirements to revise front, rear, and side yard setback requirements for the R3 zoning district at Article 6, Schedule of District Regulations, Section 78-175, R3 multifamily dwelling district, to add the design guidelines to the regulations for the R3 zoning district, and at Article 9, Supplemental Regulations, Section 78, 289, location of accessory buildings, to provide additional regulations for accessory structures and buildings east of Beach Road. At Chapter 22, Community Development, Article 2, Community Appearance, amending Section 2282, General Requirements relative to site plan review to incorporate design guidelines into architectural and aesthetic review for development and redevelopment in the R3 zoning district. Chapter 10, Animals, Article 3, Sea Turtle Protection, Section 10-67, Sea Turtle Protection Plan required to adopt Palm Beach County Turtle Protection Regulations, providing each and every other section and subsection of Chapters 10, 78, and 22 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing conflicts clause, severability clause, authority to codify an effective date, and for other purposes, this is first reading.
Thank you, Keith. Nelsa?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, the purpose of the following PowerPoint is to present the specific changes that are on this Ordinance 1522. I trust you all you have the ordinance in front of you, so I will copy paste the specific sections where there are strike-throughs or underlines. Strike-throughs are, we are deleting, underline is new language. So this ordinance was heard by the local planning agency on November 17, 2022. LPA recommended approval. So the first change on the village code is to introduce a definition for design guidelines. So very clearly there it says that provide design principles for architecture, landscaping, open space, signage, parking, and a number of other specific items. So, but it's to provide design principles. That's the focus of the design guidelines. The next section where we are proposing changes is for the setbacks of the R3 district. You can read what is the existing code, and you can also see what is the proposed code. The existing code requires 20 feet front setback. So we are proposing that the main structure, the main building, as it goes up, then they will provide further setback. And I have a drawing to really show this. So this is, you see Beach Road. Right now the code requires 20 feet front setback. The proposed language is saying once the building has 40 feet, it should require 15, additional 15, additional, then when it has 80 feet, additional setback. So, however, I want to be very clear that these step backs are not required by code. As we saw in many examples, and let me just continue. So the point is that at the end, there should be a 45 setback, front setback, when the building is over 80 feet. And let me show you how that can be achieved without having the setbacks. So this is 20, 15, and 10. So I would like to use this example. This building, for example, that was approved, the setbacks is 95 feet. Most of the buildings that are being proposed or are built on Beach Road, they don't get to the 20 feet from setback. They are much farther because they would like to take the advantage of the ocean views. There are some slides, okay, here. So, let's talk about the side yard setback. The existing code has a language that says 20 feet plus 2 feet for each additional 10 feet, over 50 feet of height. So in reality, to build a building at 2 feet, 2 feet, 2 feet is not realistic. So we are proposing, again, the side yard back setback starts at 20 feet, as it is right now. However, as the building goes up, we are requiring more realistic setbacks. So, and not just 2 feet and 2 feet. And I want to share with you this. These are the existing requirements. It's a section, it shows a 20 feet side setback. When the building reach 50 feet is when they need to start going 2 feet, 2 feet, and 2 feet up to the giving a side setback of 32 feet when arrives to a maximum height of 101. However, so far, none of the developers that we had received and were approved, they don't do these 2 feet, 2 feet. They just have the pink line all together, all at once. So I would like to show the specifics of this. The side setbacks that is being proposed is 20 feet, like it is right now, the code, and then at 40 feet is being proposed farther setback, and then at 80 feet farther setback. These step backs are not required to be exactly like this. Let me show you the next drawing. What we are thinking is that the developer will just do, they can do just the pink line, or they can do those setbacks. So I read some documentation during this week that we are requiring these step backs. They are not being required. So the developer can still do a straight line. So the difference, as you can see in red, is there is a minor 3 feet difference between the existing code and this code. Let's talk about the rear setback. You can read the existing code. It's 20 feet setback. So the proposed code is still requesting the 20 feet, and then is proposing a 5 feet from the 1979 coastal construction line. So let me show you, that's the photo, that's the graphics that is showing the 5 feet setback from the CCLA. Oops, sorry. The other new code section is on the 78-175, and that is where we include a specific language that reference the design guidelines. And I highlighted number 3 because that is where we are, that is the way we are including into our code the design guideline. The proposed development incorporates a standard set forth in the Beach Road Corridor Design Guidelines, which are adopted and incorporated within Appendix E, which shall be kept on file with the Village Clerk Office and Community Development Office and all other applicable village ordinances. So this is the way we are including the design guide into the village code. Oops. So the other sections that we are changing on the code is section 78-2A9, location of accessory buildings. As we all know, mostly Beach Road has all these covered garages right on the front. And that is the only district where it's allowed in the village of Tequesta. So this is just a cleanup that says that unless such lot fronts Beach Road. In any other district, R1, R2, you cannot have an accessory structure in front of your home. It's not allowed. However, this is just a cleanup that we are including that is okay on the Beach Road district. So, section 22-82, so here again, we are doing a cross-reference with regard to the design guidelines. We are saying this is the section that Mr. Davis read before that makes reference to the aesthetics, the harmony, and so we included one more item that makes a reference to the design guidelines. And the last change that with regard to this ordinance is the sea turtle protection. So as we all know, that is already being done and being, because it's required by Palm Beach County. However, we listened to the EAC that it was important to include into the code a specific language. So this is just, so those are the, with regard to Ordinance 1522.
Thank you, Nelsa. Council comment, questions?
You want, I would like to hear from residents first before we comment.
I would prefer us to say our comments first, then hear from the residents, and then we can respond to the residents.
Well, why don't we ask how the council would like to do this? I'd like to hear from them first. I said I would like to hear from the residents first before the council discusses this item.
I'm okay giving comments.
Okay.
Council comments or resident comments first? Vice Mayor Stone.
I'm okay going giving comments ourselves first.
Council comments first, okay.
I'm fine with council comment first.
All right.
Okay, Councilmember Johnson. Go down the row. It's not targeting you first.
Okay. First, I just want to say I am very proud of our LPA and the meeting they held. And why I say that is because they ran a very productive meeting, and there was a lot of attendance by residents and attorneys and so on. But it was such good feedback. There was such good feedback from both sides, and I did listen to that meeting. So I was able to hear from everyone that went to that meeting and gave their feedback, their points, a lot of good points made on both sides. So I just want to thank the LPA, if they're listening, and you, Mrs. Shower, for just running that meeting and giving the residents a great, respectful opportunity to come in and start that discussion. And I hope all of us listen to that meeting because it gives us insight into what's being discussed and helps us make our decisions behind the scenes and research more information, whether it's through the attorney, our manager, or NILSA, our staff members, and hopefully we can make the best decision for our residents. I've been very public about my opinion as a Floridian, generational, and my parents, and watching what has happened since I've been growing up. So, I mean, ideally, I would love to see no building at all or redevelopment on a barrier island, but obviously I know that's never probably going to happen. There is a 1997 coastal construction control line. That would be my second ideal option, is to mandate that for redevelopment to be considered as new development, since they are demolishing and starting over. But I don't think that's going to fly either in the state of Florida. So when I looked at that 5-foot setback, for me, that's not a huge increment, especially when I do the square footage and consider very strongly and carefully what that would do to a building that would be developed there. The fact that it's on beach property and it doesn't have dunes and it's not a far walk to the beach, again, as a Floridian, I know how valuable that is. You can't make more beach. There's only so many beach properties to choose from. So that 5 foot's not that big a deal. The setbacks on the sides with the increments for height, I think there's still creativity allowed in there for developers to use, whether they want to do a straight line on one side and create some intricate, creative indentations on the other sides. The front setback, I'm not dead set on. I'd be open to discussing another part of that for the next ordinance that's coming up. But that's currently where I sit, unless someone changes my mind in the next 15 minutes during public comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Brandon.
I'll go backwards. I'll start at the end of the presentation. When we were talking about 228214, which again, it's just confusing to me.
Say that again, which one?
22-82, section 14. You're talking about all of these different sections and subsections say, here's what you have to do. And then the next one says, oh, by the way, now that we're talking about telephones, you have to do this and this and this. And then you have 14 that says, and this is added, this is an amendment, development and redevelopment incorporates elements and standards set forth in the Beach Road Corridor Design Guidelines. That makes me think I have to do that. That makes, when you say incorporate standards set forth, that makes me think I have to do this. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, I'm just saying it's confusing. Again, I'm not for this. I'm not for this because there is still some confusion and it's not completely clear how the guidelines are going to be enforced or not enforced, and I think it's going to be an issue. But the fact that it's part of this amended ordinance, I can't go for that. And also the 5 foot setback to the rear. I would love to know the science behind it. If this is going to help us not wash away, tell me how. And if it's really not, if 5 feet isn't the answer, then tell me why we do it, right? I don't want to take away property arbitrarily. I'd like to see some solid proof that, hey, if this doesn't happen, there's a good chance that this could happen. There's just I think a lot of I mean no disrespect when I say arbitrary numbers just thrown out as far as setbacks go, but I haven't seen, there's no reasoning to that I've heard. I'm sure there is reasoning, but I haven't gotten it. And if it's workshop related, I'd like to know what the reasoning behind that. What happened? What was spoken at the workshop? They said, yeah, 5 feet. Was it 10 feet? And then somebody said, hey, how about 5 feet? And then everyone's like, okay, 5 feet's fine. Like, how did we come up with that number, and why is that number important? I can't just say, yeah, I'm good for that, or I'm good with that if I don't know why it is, why 5 feet is the number. That's all.
Leslie, can you address that?
Thank you for that question. So when this was presented in the October workshop, we presented I believe was already 5 feet setback. The reason why we included the distance of 5 foot was actually a feedback that we received from the EAC, that with regard to protecting the dunes. So that's where it came back to provide some kind of setbacks from the CCL line. So, and why is 5 feet? At the beginning, we even were considering maybe 10 feet, but we thought that 10 feet will be too much, so we lowered to 5 feet. So that's the explanation that I have.
10 feet's too much for what?
To take from the property, so we thought that, because as you recall, there was a lot of discussion for months and months. We received a memo from the EAC referring to different things with regard to protecting the dunes. There was months and months of discussion, and at some point was referenced that, for example, Juno Beach has 40 feet setback from the 1979 CCL line. So in fact, I have a conference call with Juno Beach. We did a lot of research, and obviously every Juno Beach has completely other their lots are much deeper. That will not apply. So in terms of providing some kind of setback, we suggested 5 feet, but this is the first reading, and we are here to listen the council recommendations.
Thank you. I'm just curious if it's a matter of safety and preservation, and the EAC recommended 10 feet, why would they be okay with giving us just 5 feet if 10 feet was the recommended number?
Right now, I do not recall if they recommended a specific number. The letter was referring to protecting the dunes, so that was the specific with regard to the letter. I don't recall what number was specific, but there was also reference to Juno Beach and even Jupiter. So we did extensive research, even with Mr. Davis. We all look at different municipalities, with regard to the dunes.
Okay.
Can I ask you a quick clarifying question so we're on the same page? The coastal construction line in 1979, the structure of the building can meet that line, but the pool deck could go past that line if they get approval, correct? So it's just the main structure of the building that we're talking about that would possibly be 5 foot back. Like their pool deck could still go further.
Of course.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
So, and also let's clarify that. That's a good point. The 1979 CCL line, anything that is over toward the ocean, the developer needs to get approval from Florida DEP, so that's the reason. And obviously, Florida DEP has many regulations, so most of the development always try to stay right there at the 1979. However, swimming pools, pool cabanas, they are accessory structures,
So if you guys don't mind, because I had a feeling this would come up, I highlighted this section that is in the design guidelines that we just approved. In chapter 161 of Florida statutes, section 161.053, the CCCL line is a line of jurisdiction which defines the landward limit of the DEP's authority to regulate construction. The CCCL is not a setback line or a prohibition for new construction. However, construction seaward of the CCCL is subject to DEP permitting. The section also provides activities that are exempt from permitting requirements in the CCCL program. So hopefully that kind of helps define a little bit better.
Thank you.
So, following up on Councilman Johnson's comments, I agree. At this point, unless somebody can provide definitive data that supports moving the setback 5 feet, I would not be inclined to do so. We talk about dune protection. We've had this conversation at prior meetings. There is a need for dune redevelopment, but all that redevelopment is going to take place east of the seawalls, and it's not
east of CC,
which is east of the CCL, and it's not something that the village can undertake. This is a Palm Beach County, state of Florida undertaking, and if it's going to be done, it's got to be done for the entire length of that Coral Cove all the way down to the inlet. To do it on a building by building basis, you actually create more risk for the buildings on either side than you would, but if you try to do a building by building versus an undertaking that is uniform across the entire length of the beach. I haven't seen any data that supports movement of that 5-foot line, and I think quite honestly, and Ms. Brandon alluded to this, I think there's some legal risk there to the community if we try to move it back. The other thing I would say is I like the change in the articulation, the setbacks on the sides and the fronts. I think the 2-foot incremental approach has actually discouraged articulation, whereas I think what we're proposing now would encourage it. My only suggestion there would be we go from 35 to 32 feet so that we maintain the width at the maximum height that they currently have to work with. And then my only other comment was item 2, I can't remember which page this was, where we again talk about buildings being in harmony. Again, I think we got to be real careful with that because I already referenced 100, 200, and 400, and I don't want to see anything in harmony with those. So we need to maybe think about how that particular section is worded, because what we're looking to do is advance the cause here, not diminish it.
Thank you.
I really don't have much more to add to that. I think you hit the points that I would have stated with regards to both those sections. So.
Okay, thank you. And I kind of align with that with the CCCL line. While I personally would think it would be preferable to move the buildings back a little bit from the shoreline and see the dunes restored, I do realize that anything seaward of the line is really out of our jurisdiction as well. So, and then the side setbacks, you know, the constructability of our current setbacks is a nightmare. I don't know anyone that would build that. That'd be very difficult. So I think the side setbacks are appropriate, and I don't think the additional 3 feet on each side is asking for too much either. So leave it at that. Now I'll open it for public comment.
I already introduced myself, so I won't do it again. First, I just want to thank you. This has been an excellent experience and great dialogue, and I'm very appreciative to be in a city and a town that does that. So given that, I will preface this that I grew up in Philadelphia, so I didn't go to camp in Tequesta, but my camp was going to the Constitution Museum every summer. So I just feel so strongly about, doing things. I support beautification. That's why I live here. But I believe in, by choice, not by force, especially when it comes to constitutional rights regarding property ownership. And I feel that these setbacks, specifically in Ordinance 1522, speak to that. And I think it's a slippery slope. If citizens, taxpaying citizens of this village feel that at any time, they could be targeted next. Right now, it's our zone. It's the east side, not the west side. So first of all, I really appreciate your comments. I was going to give you a hug. But I know they have beautiful landscaping that I look across, at Lamar every day. And, I think the whole by choice, not by force, trust the taxpayers, because we might have to redevelop our own property. We're 350 Beach Road, no offense to but we're going to be the eyesore when everybody else redevelops. And we're going to be the building you guys are making fun of. And if we can't get a developer to come in and develop it, and we need to redevelop it for safety reasons, and we have those limitations, that's going to be a challenge for all of us. So I do want to have an ask here that please do clarify this ordinance or eliminate this ordinance, and I really appreciate the conversation and the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mary Beth, and I can't read her last name, it starts with K. Koch. Hi, my name is Mary Beth Koch, and I've been a resident of Island House Northeast for just about 14 years. One of the things that I'm bothered about is the fact that it seems like a lot of the guidelines and codes, as we kind of talked about, seem arbitrary. And there's no data or studies from our area to support them. Take, for example, the parking issue. I looked at our parking data from Island House Northeast, how it is currently and compared it to what you're proposing with the new codes. So first and foremost, we have never had an issue with parking at Island House
So,
Northeast.
ma'am, the parking is the next ordinance, and I really would like to hear your comments during that. Do you have
Okay.
anything specific with the setbacks?
No.
Thank you. So please, Lori, please save her card, and when we get to the parking, so I want to make sure everyone, you guys hear everything with the parking before we comment on that.
I have gifts for you first here. Thank you very much, Jen.
So my name is Scott Mace. I've been before you before. I'm with, I'm a resident, full-time resident at Island House Northeast. I've been there for several years. I believe and I'm going to comment on all three, forgive me, because there was confusion. So the design guidelines, the ordinances, I believe they should be either tabled or you should have a no vote for them. And for a number of reasons, but I have only 3 minutes to speak, so I'm going to focus on one. Actually, technically, I'm going to say a couple more. There was all this talk about whether it's a code and enforceable or whether it's a wish list and guidelines. Very, very, very important. I salute you all for talking about it. I think that's one reason that this should go back to the drawing table, and we should talk about it some more. So that's one reason to at least table it. The second thing I would comment on is the 5-foot distance from the CCCL line, because that just came up. And I thank Nilsa and Lance and Jeremy for meeting with us from Island House Northeast. But that question, I had that question too. I asked that question very specifically of Nilsa multiple times. And she finally said it was arbitrary. So to be very clear, it is an arbitrary number. And I think a number of things in here are arbitrary. And now I'm running out of time. Excuse me, I'm suffering from a cold too. So the pages in front of you are my attempt at drawing the south of the island. The first one, you'll just see sort of the arrangement of the condo associations. And I'm going to quickly go through 2, 3, and 4. On page 2, you can see that there are areas there that are not sequester, right? So those are not covered by the ordinance or the guidelines, right? Page 3, if you look there, I think you have to take off the buildings that are unlikely to be developed in the near term. And that's those buildings that are marked off on page 3. And why are they unlikely to be developed? Because they're either newer or they're taller. And our building, Island House Northeast, is 54 years old and a 4-story building. So it is a target for sure for development. And then on the final page, on page 4, you see also marked off are those buildings which are either new, like sea glass, or are subject to approval and would not be part of it. So the point is, in my last 20 seconds, my point about this is, to be completely honest, if you look at this, are we doing something about the Beach Road corridor, or is it just applying to Island House Northeast? You might be able to stretch it somehow and say it applies to a couple other buildings, but really it is not the Beach Road corridor, and you're not achieving what you want to achieve, although it may be a very laudable goal. And I've run out of time, and I thank you very much, and happy holidays.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Kathy McGrath. I'm going to stay over here from the mic. I don't want a cold. I never understood that all during COVID when they shared mics. But I live at 275 Beach Road. Targeted, not targeted, I don't know. It depends on what gossip you listen to at what day. But I think when I agree that we should look at the CCL line It's not an arbitrary line. It was designed and came into effect in 1979, and the state of Florida stamped it and said. So I guess that's your backup, is that you're using them as your arbitrary line. But when we look at what's happening up in Daytona right now, and we've seen those buildings, I just ask you to look and say, are we being responsible as citizens about letting developers build that close to the wall? And number two, as I live on the island, and you talked about the beach renourishment, yesterday morning, in 10 minutes, 5 dump trucks came over that bridge, the Cato's Bridge. 5 dump trucks came over that bridge just to bring new sand in to those beaches there. Behind Sea Glass, because Sea Glass lost some of theirs, behind theirs. So I would encourage all of you to go walk that beach and walk it and see what we're talking about. There was 5 dump trucks up there, but they have, over the last 3 days, probably taken 75 dump trucks over the bridge, not even wondering how that bridge is going to hold up through the construction of all of that. But I encourage you all to go and look at those numbers, and they're not arbitrary numbers. They're real numbers and real beaches. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Griffiths, and then after Jonathan is Mark Bedell.
John Griffiths again. Want to sort of rewind a little bit here to several months ago when there was a proposed building moratorium for Beach Road. And it came up, it went away, and it came up again, which is a good thing, I think. You know, it's things need to be revisited from time to time, and in particular, as important that is. And I think from my interpretation that was voted down, I think there was undue pressure placed on the council and the village pursuant to the Burt Harris Act, in the context of potentially taking away or putting in regulations that would affect the developability and the timing of a particular development. So with that fresh in our minds, I think that is some of the argument that Island House Northeast is making, you know, ultimately is going to get to, that all of you have to decide, is there a fundamental risk in us passing some additional design criteria, such as the side setbacks and step backs, that will potentially affect the development. And I'm sure that's what they're relying on in terms of intimidating the council potentially into backing off any changes pursuant to the Burt Harris Act. So what I would say is, as contained in the design guidelines, the proposed minor increased building setbacks and step backs would have a nominal effect on the total square footage of the overall building. We're talking 5 feet, bang, like that. So if you look at the complete square footage of the building, and the fact is, even with these increased setbacks, the property can be redeveloped, no question about it, and financially penciled for the developer. As such, the facts are that this does not meet the fundamental threshold of the intent of the Burt Harris Act, and therefore it does not apply. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe Mark was next.
Good evening again, Mark Bedell, 350 Beach Road. Councilman Johnson, you raised the exact issue I noticed during Nilsa's presentation, which was when I looked at the code provision that was up there, it said that the design guidelines were standards. In my mind, standards are required. And so you get right back into the same problem that you had before. You have made the design guidelines your standard in this code. In terms of the setback, I was at the meeting that Scott referenced with Nilsa and Lance, and I appreciate it. They were great in terms of sharing their information with us. Jeremy was terrific as well. But we did ask this specific question about the 5 feet. We asked what it had to do with, where it came from. And we were told that it was an arbitrary number. We were told it had been, some people wanted 10, some people wanted 5, Some people want it, and so it was an arbitrary number. And the only thing we were given was, well, we wanted some landscape buffer. And we said, well, you can put landscape on the opposite side, on the eastward side of the CCCL. So that doesn't work. The 5 feet is important because, Nilsa put up a structure a few minutes ago where she said, oh, look, developers always move their buildings back. Well, the structure she put up, I think, is Savoy, okay? Savoy's right on the coastal construction line. So, yeah, if you don't have the coastal construction line setback to deal with, you can move your building back off the road. But if you're going to increase the front setbacks, and you're going to increase the back setbacks, and then you're going to increase the side setbacks, what you've done is you put us in a much smaller box. And John's right. The value of the property is in what can be developed. Personally, I want to be the Beverly Hillbillies of 350 of Beach Road and be laughing at, waving to Mr. Perko's clients in the building next door. But I'm realistic. I know we have an old building. I know we've got storms. We could get wiped out. I saw what happened in Daytona. I don't think it had anything to do with how close the buildings were built. If you look, even in Daytona, and you look over in the West Coast, the new buildings survived. Even the new buildings right on the coast were structurally sound because they're built different than a building built in 1967. You should be encouraging development on the beach, not discouraging it. These setbacks do that. They hurt our property value. It's not just me, and it's not just developers who've made proposals to us. Now it's the land planners, architects, and lawyers that we've hired have all given us the same opinion. Yeah, these setbacks, particularly when combined with the next issue, parking, you put that all together, you have really damaged our property there. So we would ask that you reject this, and I'll talk to you. I'll give you my view on parking the next time.
Thank you.
I actually like this because as a lawyer, talking in 3 minutes is almost impossible for me. So now I get to break it up into 3 minutes.
You're welcome. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ron Klein, and I represent Michael Rutledge, who lives at 325 Beach Road. I think you've heard a number of the points tonight, but I think the concern on this whole issue with the guidelines, you pass the guidelines, it's now the way the language that we read is incorporated into, and I think that really does confuse a lot of things. So I think in terms of what you're going to consider tonight on this ordinance, you already did something else on the others. This is one of the reasons that I think you should postpone your consideration, go past first reading until you fix that particular issue. Secondly, on the setbacks, I think it's already been said about the coastal construction line. I think, listen, property rights are very important. With all due respect to the gentleman and his interpretation of the Burt-Harris Act, I actually served in the legislature, worked on that bill, helped pass that bill when I was in the legislature. And I actually believe this was one of the intents in terms of taking people's property rights and interests. It's obviously a discretionary thing. You have to figure out whether, lawsuits come in and all the rest of that stuff. But the Burt-Harris Act was designed specifically to allow Florida to protect people's property interests. I think the other point I would make is that, I think a lot of the people who are impacted by this are saying, what is the problem? We don't see, I know the next issue is parking. We don't have a parking problem. The setback issue obviously is a property rights issue by and large. I think there are a tremendous number, and I don't do a lot of this work for a living, but I think aesthetically you guys have really come up with some magnificent, and I really think the staff and your community has come together very nicely. I think you're going to do some good things there. But I think you still have to balance that out with not only property rights, but the interests of all your residents. So I think what I would suggest to you is consider the idea of just postponing your vote tonight to move it to the second reading. Fix some of these things, bring some people together. I think you're going to have a consensus here, and I know that's what you do. I don't, I haven't worked in this process and being on the other side. I realize how tough this is and to bring everybody together. But that's what you do, and I know you're trying to do that. So I would just suggest, I think, one additional step of allowing this to be considered a little further, bring some of the people who do have some specific concerns back to the table, try to work them out. I think they're probably workable, at least from what I'm hearing from some of the people who I'm working with. And I think you can come back here and probably have everybody sort of supporting the same thing, which I think would be a good thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, too.
Thank you.
I should have said before the congressman. Last, but before the congressman.
Specifically asked to go before you.
And that is why he got elected, and I'll never run for anything. Again, for the record, Brian Seymour Gunster on behalf of Island House Northeast, the residents that are impacted by this. So we know the setbacks, not just one, not just the other, not just this or that, all of them together. And yes, the parking, and I understand that's separate, and you're going to hear all about it. The problem with the way this has been set up tonight is you're looking at things in a vacuum that don't exist in a vacuum. Keith started the discussion on whether you want to bring these together because they interrelate, because they have impact one to the other. And our problem ultimately is when you actually look at them all together, they do have a significant impact. And the guidelines, I'm going to go back to this, and Ron talked about it, and Councilman Johnson mentioned it in one sense, and then there's another. In fact, even Mr. Griffiths recognized that there's an impact from the setbacks particularly, right? He talked about that as well, that he may not think it's a big enough impact, but it's not his property that's being impacted when you look at all this together. And so our goal is not to intimidate. Our goal is to talk. And that's really what we're trying to do here. So we talked about Section 22-82. There's also Section 78-175B. And that's proposed to be adopted in this particular ordinance. And it starts with, the following standards shall be considered. Now, shall is a specific word in the law. It means you have no choice. You must consider the things that are listed. Well, here's what subsection 3 lists that you are required to consider. The proposed development incorporates elements and standards set forth in the Beach Road Corridor Design Guidelines, which are hereby adopted and incorporated within Appendix C and all other applicable village ordinances. In other words, one of the standards that you are required to consider is the design guidelines as they are now adopted into code. That's what you're asked to be asking to do right now. So you pass them talking about wish lists, you pass them talking about guidelines. Now you're being asked to say they are a standard that is required. How much of it? We still don't know. How does it fit? We still don't know. That's part of the problem, and it's part of why we wanted to talk about all this together. But again, it's not just a guide. The setbacks, going from 2 feet, 2 feet, 2 feet, sure, that doesn't make sense. But the idea that what a developer can do is not have to set back and do steps, is just squeeze it in together, is more of an impact, not less of an impact. And there's no need, because if you adopt the guidelines as guidelines and you require articulation, and you could write code, by the way, that requires articulation of buildings, right? Articulation is a known thing by architects. That can be done. You can do that. The rear setback, the CCCL is adopted. That wasn't the arbitrary point. That's not arbitrary. It's the 5 feet from it that is arbitrary. I know I'm about done, I promise. My letter goes through a lot of this, but there's a lot that goes into this. But ultimately what happens when you put it all together is you're going to lose density, you lose your property rights, you have a significant impact. All we're asking for is time to sit down with Nilsa. She is a qualified planner. We have a qualified architect as well. Let's bring everybody together. What's the rush? I'm telling you, I'm standing here right now. I'm an officer of the court. On my bar license, my 18-year-old, well, you could have him. He's very expensive.
Mr. Seymour, if you could wrap it up, please.
I will tell you, we're not coming in with an application in the next 30 days. There won't be an impact if you just let us sit down and talk through it with Nelson and see if we can come back together, as Congressman asked. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other,
No other cards for this item.
any other public comment? Mr. Radford?
This is first reading, so that means you can change items in the ordinance and come back for second and final reading. In regard to 228214, there's only 4 words in there, Mr. Johnson. If you don't like them, suggest new verbiage to fix it so we can move on. Number one.
Okay.
Number 2 is the only other variable that I think I've heard objection about is the 5-foot setback, okay? Whatever this latest one, but just change the verbiage. If you're concerned about the verbiage, fix it now while it's right in front of you. And then the other thing is that 5-foot setback. You know, you guys keep hanging your hat on that DEP will take care of it when it's, you know, seaward of the coastal construction control line. But you're also forgetting that the state statute says, and I paraphrase, that if DEP approves it, you can have more restrictive requirements than are in the state statute. So, you know, you pretend like you can't do anything, but you actually can. So I just want that to be on the record. So please, put that 228214 up and just change 4 words. It's very simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
So you've heard us ask for more time and for more time, and I just want to remind everybody, I mean, I was at the November 17th meeting, and as was other people from Island House Northeast, we were actually kind of sternly reprimanded there because we were so late in coming with our objections. And I just want to remind everybody that we have just found out, we did not know about all this until really recently. And it wasn't until the October meeting that we even heard about these code changes that could potentially affect our property and our property values. So I think this, we need more time. We need more time is because we are late to the party here, and I'm sorry for it, but it does kind of beg the question for me at least. You know, it seems like 90% of the people who are affected weren't around for the summer months, didn't know about what was happening. And I have to wonder, why is that? You know, if you really wanted input from us, why was this, it almost felt hidden. It almost felt like it was an agenda that was trying to be pushed through by some savvy people who had their own agenda. And I could be all wrong, but from my perspective, from our perspective, that's what it seems like. So this is one reason why we're hammering home the point of we need more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Oh, no, wait, you already spoke, sorry. It's the rules of, sorry, you cannot speak again on this matter. Any other comments from someone that has not spoken yet? Okay. Based on the last comments with the public notice, so I know getting the information out there and public notice is extremely important to council. We talk about it often. We, ask the manager and clerk, send this out, post this here. I've even had the manager put the police reader boards, like put it on the reader board so everyone sees it. So we take that seriously, and it's very important to us. So can you clarify what public notice was or wasn't done, like with the June workshop? Did you guys email the HOAs, let them know? I mean, I just want to have that on record, just understand how, starting in June, the first workshop was in June, what kind of, besides our standard, it's on the agenda, it's on social media, did anything else happen?
Yes. Once we receive directions from council that there will be starting this process, prior to the June 29th workshop, we have records of this, we have sent emails to each property manager with regard to this, the upcoming. I believe each of them receive. We have emails, we're corresponding through email. So, and also the June 29th, which was basically the kickoff of this initiative, was heavily attended, not only here, but also through Zoom. We have, and I can share with all of you, a sign-in sheet of all the persons who attended the June 29th first workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
You only have who attended in person, though, not who attended via, was it Zoom or YouTube stream?
YouTube.
It was YouTube stream. We streamed
Right,
it.
so
YouTube.
we don't know who attended via YouTube. I
No,
know you can
yeah.
see how many views it had, but we don't know who attended the YouTube.
No, we don't know how many, but we have a checklist of the persons who were here. I mean, the checklist, the sign-in sheet that
Right, if it
the
was here in
person who
person.
were here.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other council comments?
I wanted to address a couple of things that were said. First of all, this notion that somehow this council was under any kind of pressure is false and misleading. We're not. We're trying to do what's in the best interest of the community, and we've had a series of meetings, as people have referenced, and we've listened very carefully to what people said. But we're also very cognizant of, the limits that we have with respect to our own power and what we can or can't do. In full disclosure, Mr. Griffiths bought my place in Lamar, I believe. You were the one who bought mine. And I lived in Lamar for 2.5 years. So I have an appreciation for the Beach Road situation. I think with respect to the concern over the design guidelines, again, if you look at the ordinance, it says that this described goals. So to the extent that there's any issue with the language in the ordinance that might imply something other than that, as already alluded to by Mr. Bradford, that language can be cleaned up and changed, okay? Secondly, as far as the setback, it would seem, based on the council comments, that there's probably a majority of us who don't see the 5-foot setback with the rear as necessary. I think the other setbacks are simply cleaning up. I don't think we're changing setbacks that are going to adversely impact the developer. Mr. Perko knows from building the 300 building, he brought it in, the full setback all the way and went up straight. I think the new guidelines actually permit the base of the building to be wider, and because you've only got a couple of setbacks, it actually could encourage articulation in a better way. So I don't think it's depressing or reducing the buildable space at all. Obviously, the parking issue we're going to come up and talk about next, that is part of this whole process, but I think we kind of took it as we are in order to kind of, get the input and then bite off each piece as we went along. But I don't think we need to wait. I think the issues that have been brought up can be addressed. We can give direction to the attorney and the manager and to NOSA to make the changes necessary to be able to move this forward in a meaningful way. But that would just be my view of it.
Can I leave my closing remarks?
Absolutely.
Thank you guys for all your comments and feedback. Like I said, I have been listening to every side, and I am kind of on both sides. I've actually, full disclosure, when I used to live in Singer Island, I was in your guys' shoes before, so I know where your mindset is. With that being said, I do want to also address the personal agenda. It's not our agenda, it's the people's agenda. And this started years and years ago when Tequesta started to become a hot town, right? And everyone wanted to start move here, and now the developers have their eyeballs on here, and we haven't been touched in a long, long, long time. So we are prime real estate to be coming in, and I don't want to be reinvented, but we want to upgrade our buildings. Obviously, we don't want any resident living in a building that's deteriorating. We don't want the cost burden on those residents either. That's the other part I've heard from residents when they also listen to P&Z or the LPA meeting was, no offense to you residents that have lived in the Island House Northeast. I love that you guys have been residents, some of you for 20 years, but right now you're telling us you're ready to sell and move. So in my opinion, us as council for years have been hearing, when are we going to have smart development in the village? And in my personal opinion, I do like developers, but I have yet to see someone really build in a smart way. They keep building, pushing the limits, and at some point, for our future residents that are going to live in these redevelopment buildings, when is someone in Florida going to do something, whether it's even a small thing? And I need our residents and developers to meet us halfway, at least, if not a tiny bit, because something has to be done. It's not 1979 anymore. We can't sit on these buildings for another 50 years because who knows what's going to happen to our coastline in those years. For me, it's not necessarily a dune restoration. My overall goal is to get people a little bit further from the water. I'm tired of seeing what is happening to the buildings. I'm not taking away a beach view. There's no trees. There's no dunes to block a view. For me, I would even be open to, instead of taking 5 feet from your back, I would be open to bumping the building back and decreasing the front footage, so we would just be moving the building back by requirement. And I say that because I have yet to see a developer, and there's one sitting in this room, and I have yet to see them smartly build a building that's not sitting on the beach. And then we have to sit here and listen to residents complain about their safety of what's happening to these buildings. Whether you believe it or not, but watching it through my entire life and listening to my father and showing pictures of what's happened, I am going to do something about it. Whether it's a tiny change, but I want to meet everyone halfway. So I am ready to vote tonight, but if my fellow council members decide to postpone and continue discussion, I'm absolutely open to discussing how we meet halfway. But I am letting you know, just blank statement, I am ready to make a change. And that is it.
Thank you. Any other council comments? Closing comments?
I guess we're having closing comments. It's kind of.
Well, yeah.
I'll just say, as we're getting late tonight, I think we probably should hurry this up. But I do think what I'm hearing is that we need to take more time. I don't feel like we've got everything established the way we should. I know that I would not be in favor of moving it back 5 feet. I think that's an arbitrary line. I haven't seen any evidence, empirical evidence that says, hey, 5 feet would improve something. And so I would rather say, for us, I'd like to see us postpone this another month, knowing that we will not accept that 5 foot pushback. I think a majority of us would appreciate that. And let the staff work at this with the parties involved, the residents, because I hear residents are the ones that want to slow this down. I think I don't see any reason to speed this up. I have no pressure to slow it down. So that would be my recommendation, and happy to make a motion on that.
And I'll say again, thank you everyone for your comments, and it's been a very respectful process, and we have one more to go after this. But I am in favor of voting tonight. I would be in favor of removing the 5 foot from the CCCL, and then if Councilmember Johnson can maybe elaborate on the guideline language that you might want changed, I would be in favor with moving forward with that.
Sure. Change, no. Strike, yes. I don't, if putting the guideline in the ordinance, I understand it's a reference. I just don't think it should be there. It becomes confusing. I voted in favor of guidelines. I just don't like how putting it in the code, or I don't like how it's presented that way. If it is truly a guideline and you hand it to a developer who comes in and says, make sure you take a look at this, then you've done your part. It's confusing in code. I'm not saying I'm against it. I just think it's going to cause problems the way that it's written. And maybe we rewrite it, I don't know, but I'm not gonna rewrite it up here right now. So
Okay,
I say, take it out.
Okay, Keith, I'm not in favor of removing the guideline reference in the ordinance, but I don't know if off the cuff, do you have any suggestion on how to reference the guidelines?
It would not be my recommendation to try and rewrite this on the dais in a public
Right.
meeting. I do not think that is the way to do this. If the council wants edits, my strong recommendation would be to direct staff to make those edits and bring this back to you. That this is not the way good code is written.
I agree. And so my answer, Mayor, was directly to your question, but to follow that up, I agree with the Vice Mayor. If the residents want time, I say we give it to them. I don't know why this has to be done tonight. I don't think it does.
So my only question would be, given the fact that we want to make sure that the reference to the guidelines is that, do we need to postpone this, or could we pass this on first reading with the contingencies that we're all talking about? Give it to staff, have it rewritten, bring it back, because if it comes back on second reading, we don't like it, we can always defer it further. So I guess that's the question.
I would say with the request coming from residents to postpone it, then there's no need to move forward today.
Well, may I offer some additional comments on that topic? The edits that are being discussed will affect the title of the ordinance and how it's advertised for second reading. So,
Okay. So you're saying
we
should
may
postpone.
advertise it incorrectly if it's approved on first reading with direction to make edits. My understanding the discussion, that would be my concern, is having an incorrect legal ad based on the edits that are being discussed.
So then I would concur with Councilman Johnson and the Vice Mayor that we should go ahead and postpone it so that the edits can be properly made. There can be some further discussion, and we'll come back and address this at the next meeting.
I hope we can make every single person in here happy. I want to
Well,
do
I don't know
that.
about
I
that,
think
but-
we need, well, let's strive to
try,
do that.
yeah,
And
we
if
can
it
try.
takes more time, let's take more time to do it.
And that's why I said I'm open to discussion, but I have to be, for me personally, I have to be met some halfway. I have to do something for our state and our village and our coastline. Like, I have to do something.
Well, and just all due respect to people that are here, we have received a lot of emails, and those people are not here. So there's a lot of people that are in favor of this too. So I know there's people, we have people on both sides, but I do just want to say for record, we've received a lot of emails from people in favor too. So just keep that in mind. We're not, we're delaying it for one side right now.
And you know what? Fair point, and I would say maybe we wouldn't do that, except that the comment made earlier was exactly true. This all started out of season. There were a lot of people here who were going to be affected that were not here for that. They didn't get the same time. So what's the rush?
Okay, so I guess the consensus is to rewrite this, so guide us on the motion to rewrite it.
The motion would be to table first reading and have staff.
And have you got sufficient, from the discussion?
Make edits based on the discussion tonight.
Right.
I would have absolutely no legal objection to meeting with the folks who have spoken tonight in that process, and then bring you back a document that addresses the topics that have been discussed.
Okay. I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
Did you abstain?
I'm thinking. I am open to discussion, but I'm still going to vote opposed to it. The way that it was amended, or motioned.
Okay, all right, moving on. Last one, everyone stay with us. Ordinance number 16-22. Pete.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 1622, first reading, an ordinance of the Village Council, Village of Tequesta, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances at Chapter 78, Zoning, Article 9, Supplemental Regulations, Section 78.333, Contents of Application to require irrigation plans to be submitted in conjunction with landscape plans during the site plan review process. Section 78.393, Definitions, to revise the canopy tree definition. Section 78.397, Prohibited plant species, to revise listed species names and add prohibited species. Section 78.402, Landscaping on single-family and duplex lots, to require landscape and irrigation plans. Increased palm tree height and require native trees and shrubs. Section 78.403, Landscaping abutting residential areas, perimeter planting strip required, to revise the section heading and revise the wall, hedge, and landscape buffer requirements. Section 78.404, Ground cover and trees and planting strips, to increase the required palm tree height. And Section 78.409, Landscaping around principal structures, to revise landscaping regulations. And at Article 10, Off-street and non-street parking and loading regulations, Section 78.705, required number of parking spaces, to increase required number of parking spaces for multifamily dwelling developments over 20 dwelling units, providing that each and every other section, subsection, Chapter 78 shall remain in full force and effect as previously adopted, providing complex clause, severability clause, authority to codify effective date for other purposes. This is first reading.
Thank you. Lance?
Good evening. It's me again. I'll try to go through this. So we're talking about ordinance 1622. This ordinance is obviously separate from the first ordinance. The first ordinance is more so towards R3. This one is more general for the village. So as Nielsen mentioned earlier, the proposed ordinance was heard at the November 17th LPA meeting, and it was approved by the LPA for recommendation of approval. The first section of the code talks about the clarification, well, there's one section that's not on this slide maybe, but it talks about the irrigation plans being required. Essentially, that's just a cleanup that we'd like to do when we're going through the development review process of just including irrigation plans. This portion right here pertains to the definition of a canopy tree. Currently throughout our code, it's pretty inconsistent as far as the height of the canopy tree, as well as we worked diligently with Mr. Steve Parker, who is a resident of Tequesta, as well as our village landscape consultant. And he'd like to see a little bit thicker caliper of trees. Then we talk about section 78.397, which this is just more of an update to our prohibited plant species, changing of some names and then also including some additional prohibited plants. This section pertains more so to the R1, R2, and R1A zoning districts. So as you see on the number 1, it just talks about this. They need to submit a landscape plan and an irrigation plan prior to the issuance of a CO. And that's more of a building permit phase or building permit process. Number 2 just pertains to the clarification of the height, as I mentioned. As you see, it's strike through of the 12 feet and it says 16 feet. That's just a clarification thing and a consistency thing. It also requires a minimum of 50% of all trees to be planted to be native species. That's the Florida friendly, just to make sure that, you know, obviously like water consumption and whatnot is there. Number 3 is a change from the 1,000 square foot requirement for shrubs, and it's a 500 square foot requirement. So essentially, we're asking for more shrubbery rather than less shrubbery, and that they have to be planted as native species. So now we're talking about section 78.403, and this particular section of it pertains to multifamily, mixed use, and commercial land uses, and this is just the landscape buffer portion. So currently our code, it requires a 10-foot front landscape buffer and a 5-foot side landscape buffer. Along with Mr. Steve Parker, we looked into this, and he thought that side setbacks and front setbacks require more landscape buffering. And this isn't just for R3, this is village-wide. So that's why it says multifamily, mixed use, and commercial land uses. And then the other portion of this talks about the waterway properties, which requires a 5-foot landscape buffer in the rear, but of a minimum of 40%. So what we're asking there is provide some type of landscape buffer for waterway properties, but it does not have to be at the CCCL or anything like that. It just has to be in the rear portion of the property and at a minimum of 40%. So that doesn't have to be a straight hedge or a straight set of trees or whatnot. It can be spaced out throughout the rear. Section 78.404, this is just another clarification of height and then removing the word turf and putting sod. Section 78.409, this is pertaining to, as you see at the top, a lot of it is strike through. This pertains to foundation plantings of a building. So essentially the intent of this is to provide some type of higher or taller trees for buildings that are more higher or taller in height. So as you go up and as you exceed the 3 stories, it would be a higher requirement of 20 feet for trees and palms, and then they can be staggered as required. The last section of this, I know this was brought up a few times, is the guest parking and parking requirement, which Niels is going to talk more about.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. So this is the parking section of the code, and as it says there, applies not only to the R3, applies to the multi-family, multiple family. So that could be in R2, you know, so or mixed use. So right now the code requires 2 spaces per dwelling unit. So in currently the code, the Village of Tequesta Code has no requirements for the developers to provide guest parking. We have no language with regard to guest parking. So for any of the multifamily family districts, which is R2 or mixed use, and obviously including R3. So we are proposing this language is an additional half a space for first to any residential dwelling units and a quarter of a space for any additional dwellings above the 20 for guest or visitor parking. And we provide an example. For example, a building that has 30 units would require 13 parking spaces in addition to the required 60 parking spaces. how we arrive to the 13 parking spaces is as follows. For the first 20 spaces, the calculation will be 0.5, so times 20, then it's 10 spaces, and then next to, after that, it will be 0.25, quarter, times 10, so 2.5. So basically, for a building that has 30 units, it will be required 30 parking spaces for guests in addition to the 60 parking spaces. So that is being proposed now. In order to propose this language, staff has looked at it. Other municipalities such as Delray Beach, so Green Acres, Jupiter, Juno Beach, Palm Beach Gardens. So we look at it other municipalities, and this is the first reading, and staff could appreciate to listen any recommendation, further recommendation from the Village Council with regard to these items.
Thank you, Nelsa. Council comments?
I like the idea of irrigation plans, that makes sense. I want to ask about the additional having to plant more shrubs. Let's start with that. What is how was the decision made that we need more shrubs, or we need, so essentially putting it for a number per every 500 square feet as opposed to 1,000, obviously that means more. So what brought that up?
So, as I mentioned, and good question, Mr. C. Parker unfortunately wasn't here, unable to join us tonight, but throughout all the residential reviews that he's done throughout the village, he thought that this was a more appropriate number rather than the 1,000 feet. 1,000 square feet, just because he would like to see more shrubbery for single families.
Okay, so that's he wants to see that. Right. So is that the same reasoning behind going from 12 feet to 16 feet if I plant a new palm tree?
Yeah. Mr. Parker is a landscape architect. He does not only work here in the village, he also is up to speed also with green standards. So, and also taking into consideration that the village comprehensive plan has a specific provision for greener, sustainability and more green areas. So, in accordance with his professional practice, he recommended, it's a recommendation, obviously you are the council, if you would like to continue with the 1,000 square feet or 500, like I said, unfortunately he couldn't be here today.
Thank you. I understand it's our decision, but I would like some data behind it, or more than just this is what I think. So I can't make a decision that way.
So, and to answer your second question, so the 12 feet that was on there, as I mentioned, our code already had 16 feet, and it's pretty inconsistent throughout the code. Some sections say 12 feet, some sections say 16 feet, but a majority of the code sections say 16 feet. So the reason why that was taken out was because of more of a clarification and consistency standpoint. So 16 feet was what.
So there were other areas, other sections that stated palm trees shall be planted with a minimum of 16 feet.
Correct.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. And lastly, the parking spaces. I don't have any questions to ask about that. I have a comment. I feel if we were talking about a resort or a hotel, I would say, yeah, absolutely, I think it makes sense to have this many spaces. We're talking about somebody's house being built. I don't want you guys coming to the house that I built and telling me how many parking spaces I have. And I'm not comfortable changing the code that's in place I'm not really, again, no really reason other than some other cities do it, I think, maybe. Was that it?
No. As you recall, when 300 Beach Road, Savoy Building came in front of council, there was a lengthy discussion with regard to the lack of guest parking. So at that time, staff was directed to look into other codes and for guest parking. So that was something that was lengthy discussed at the council meeting with regard to specifically for 300 Beach Road.
The residents were saying that they didn't have enough guest parking? Is that what
No,
you're
no,
saying?
no. What I'm saying is that the village council, not all of you, but some of you were very concerned that the 300 Beach Road did not have more guest parking. That was, and at the time, staff was guided to look into other codes, other municipalities with regard to guest parking.
Okay. I mean, I'm still where I was before. It's just people saying, I think there should be more parking without anybody, I mean, hey, if nobody wants to explain it to me, that's fine. I'm just gonna say no. So, I'm finished.
No?
You can, or I can go.
Just want to go down the line?
You can go down the line.
I don't really have too much for this one. The landscaping, I'm pretty good with. I understand Mr. Parker did attend our charrette process with our residents. He was at your workshops you held with Beach Road residents. I know he was listening. I know he was excited and he was taking the feedback and everything that you wrote down on those sheets. I know that he was writing those down, so I'm assuming that's where he was getting his information. And as an landscape architect that works with the village, essentially, he was implicating what he was hearing from residents. How he got his numbers, I don't know. The parking, this is the one item that I was not necessarily going to say we postpone, but I wanted to throw something at you guys, and it would just be a number change. So this is the perfect example, because this is what I'll be referencing. So when I listened to the LPA meeting, I heard the comments from the Island House Northeast residents about guest parking, that's too many, that's too many. When I saw numbers, because I'm a visual person, thank you, Nilsa. When I saw the numbers and using this example, I mean, I do think 73 parking spaces total would be a little excessive. But I do know that the type of resident that's going to live in a multi-million-dollar condo on the beach is probably going to have a maid, and they're going to have some services. Or you might have a guest, you might have your grandkids come over. They're not all going to be there at the same time. And a lot of times those buildings have seasonal residents, so that's something I take into account. They're not coming and going residents 24/7 every day of the year. But I also took into consideration where these buildings are on Beach Road. It's on Beach Road, so it's not a residential area where you can park on the road, half in the grass, half in the road. You're really not supposed to be using Coral Cove parking lots and then walking over to your building. You really aren't supposed to be using the public parking lot or parking spaces on the intercoastal side. So when I take all that into account, I was going to throw at my fellow council members, instead of doing a number per unit, if we just looked at the total units in a building and did a percentage. So for example, if a new building had 30 units and let's say we asked them to do 30%, that would be 9 spaces for guests versus 13. So I felt like that might be a way to compromise, and the future residents will have guest spaces to provide their services or guests coming over, but it might not be as excessive. And that was pretty much all I had for that one.
Couple of things. The landscape plan, generally speaking, I'm very comfortable with. I understand where Councilman Johnson was going on this until I read this thing, and it says within the village shall plant at least one shrub. Currently, it's 1,000 square feet. That's a 10 by 100 foot area. So now we're saying 500 square feet. That's 10 by 50. That's not really, in my view, too onerous. So I was fine with all of that. The only thing I had concern about there was if somebody came in and they did not want to do an in-ground sprinkler system. So, if you say, hey, I've got the hose bibs and I want to hook up a hose, attach a sprinkler, is that going to be something that qualifies as quote-unquote an irrigation plant versus mandating in-ground sprinklers? As far as the parking goes, I'm going to speak from personal experience here. I was in Lamar for 2.5 years. Okay? Lamar has 32 units. Anybody want to venture a guess how many parking spaces they have? 30. Okay. They have 48 parking spaces. 1 per unit plus 16 guest spaces, which they have relined after I left, and it's crowded. If they were to have to agree, or if they were subject to this requirement, they would have to have 75 spaces, okay? So my first concern is, okay, it's hypocritical for people whose buildings have a requirement that is less than 2 cars per unit to be complaining about parking, because I can tell you from personal experience, again, a lot of these people are seasonal. When people, there were only 7 of us in Lamar that were full-time residents, my wife and I being one of those 7. Obviously, when it wasn't season, parking was not an issue. And by the way, most of the people had 2 cars. In season, it was a serious issue. And when service people came in, it could be a serious issue. Again, only one car or 1 space per unit, plus they have the guest parking, but we're talking about 48. What we're talking about is under the current code, let's say that we build the 300 building, I don't recall how many units are in there, but it's two spaces per unit. Let's say it's 28 units. They're at 56. Okay, so they've already, the two spaces per unit already is meaningfully better or meaningfully greater than all the other buildings that have already been previously built and basically grandfathered in. What I would say is, I don't know that there's really need to specify a lot of extra guest parking because, again, as Lori already alluded to, you got the seasonal element, and then even when in season, not everybody's always down at the same time. Would it be good maybe to say we're going to require the 2 units or 2 spaces per unit, and then there's got to be 2 or 3 spaces to accommodate service people who come in? So if you have the lawn people come in or somebody else that comes in that's providing building-wide services, so maybe have it 2 or 3 extra spaces. But what we're requiring now, the redeveloped buildings, is significantly more parking than the current buildings are currently required to provide. And like I said, out of season, it's not even an issue. In season, it can be. In the case of Lamar, it was at various points in time. But I think the 2 spaces per building is more than sufficient. Like I said, maybe add on a couple of extras. So that's my view.
So question, can these condos have shared parking agreements?
I'm sorry?
Can these condos have shared parking agreements?
I believe under our current code, we added shared parking and other unique parking features. I don't recall anything that would exclude.
Okay. So potentially that could be a solution if there
these
was
uses from taking advantage of that.
Parking issue. Okay. So I'll just throw that out there. If there was a parking issue, that maybe potentially there could be some shared parking agreements that go along. I think from another perspective too, I think some of the individuals that will be buying some of these new properties, if they have an issue with the parking, they're just going to sell and go somewhere else. They have that ability. On a joking matter, I think we all have our own opinions. Well, I think cars are bad, so I personally would like to see less parking to prevent less cars. It would be something that would be potentially an option too. So I think this parking thing is kind of relative. I think it's kind of arbitrary. I think it's not appropriate for us to be having a conversation specifically if it impacts an area like R3. If we want to separate it to other areas like R2, I think we should talk about R2 and look at it, because I think there could be a solution there, but I'd like to see some form of a parking study that would say, hey, this makes sense. Until then, I'm against the parking.
Actually, Kyle, you bring up a really good point, and I'm sorry I didn't mention this. I think in developments that are basically full-time residents, you can make a bona fide argument to have some guest parking. But I think the R3 needs to be carved out because of the seasonal nature of the people coming in and out. I think R3 should have its own requirement that is distinct and separate from the rest of the village, because again, the nature of who's buying these units and when they're there, et cetera, is very, very different than, let's say, at Tequesta Oaks or other residential communities that are meant to be primarily year-round residents in those communities.
And I'll just say, we received a lot of emails. No one from R3 that lives in R3 to me stated that there was a parking problem. And so I'm still looking for what are we trying to solve here. I do think it's important that we talk about it. I just don't think this applies in this particular case. Landscaping wise, I know in our meeting we talked about is this going to affect anybody in R1 or in that area? So it's not, this is just,
no.
So there's not any landscaping on River Road or anything that this would have an impact on.
Pertaining to the question that you had was for the section that talks about waterfront properties, no, it would not affect them.
Okay.
That's why we highlighted in this PowerPoint, just for clarification's sake, that it's multifamily, mixed use, and then commercial.
Okay. So yeah, I'm fine with the landscaping aspect of it. The parking, I think it's just thrown in here. I would make a motion to remove that.
Okay, thank you. All right, I am in favor of all the landscape recommendations. I know Steve worked hard, he's an expert, and sometimes we hire experts for this stuff. They know what they're doing better than us, so I like all the recommendations. For the parking, I do think something needs to be done. We have had residents in here, I believe, say that concerns about parking on Beach Road, so it has been brought up by residents.
But not that live on R3.
I think there was, and I think it got brought up during the Beach Road, the original trip, but we've had comments. I think it's worth looking at it, not passing it as is tonight, but looking at as a whole, maybe for the zones individually, because I do think it's not great that we have no guest parking provisions in our code. We've had other developments reach out with guest parking issues or cars are being towed, and so I think it's important to look at. And I know as it relates to Beach Road, I mean, seasonally it could be an issue, right? It might not be an issue all year round. But you know, you look at the new buildings, there's secure parking, there's a few spots out front that aren't secured access. And you know, we talk about the service people coming and guests coming, but there's actually gonna be staff at these buildings too. Where are they parking? So I do think it all needs to be looked at as a whole, but maybe break it out separately, maybe look at the zones individually, and just do a little more work on the parking.
You know, I think, I may get criticized for saying this, but I think the gorilla in the room here is the impact on Lamar and its views. And I understand it. I lived there, I was on the third floor. We had views between the buildings out to the ocean. I understand people on the fourth or fifth floor and above had ocean views, and the new building is going to impede on that. And I'm sympathetic to that. On the other hand, the codes and the zoning have been there for 50 years. And as my father, I said this once before at a council meeting, my father always told me, when you buy, it's your responsibility to know what the zoning and the code is around you. We had the same issues when we were looking at some of the developments along US 1, where the people behind were saying, oh, well, we don't want to see this building go in here. And it's like, well, wait a minute. You bought there, you knew this was a commercial area, you knew that this could happen. So you can't come after the fact and all of a sudden say, well, you know, protect our sight lines. That's not our job, okay? Again, people buying, you've got to know what your circumstances are, what the potential is around you. And if as we've already alluded to, somebody comes in, they build within code, they meet our design guidelines, you know, to try and tell them, oh, now you can only build 4 or 5 stories. That is diminishment of private property rights. They will sue us. As the attorney has said, they will win. And guess what happens when they win? Who pays for that? Not the 200 residents along Beach Road. The other 6,000 residents of the Village of Tequesta are the ones who are going to get stuck with that bill. So, you know, again, while I have empathy for that issue, again, it's, you know, it's legally, you know, unfortunately, they don't have any ground to stand on. And again, that's something you have to educate yourself on before you buy. So.
Okay, any other council comment before I open it for public comment? All right, public comment. Cards, Lori.
Mary Beth Koch. Sorry, I spoke out of turn earlier, but.
Fine, it's confusing.
So, not to beat a dead horse here, but I just wanted to go over sort of the statistics at Island House Northeast around parking, because that's the one piece of data that I can collect. So we have 24 units at Island House. We have 35 current spaces, and under this proposed parking ordinance, we would have to have 59. So we would increase from 35, which has been totally adequate for us for 53 years, and increase to 59, which is an increase of over 40%. And you know, the question is, why do we need an increase of 40% when it's working just fine? One thing that I was thinking of was maybe it isn't taken into consideration, not all of our building is double occupancy. So we have actually 50% is double occupancy, 50% is single occupancy, and then we have 2 owners that own 2 units. So we actually only have 33 residents out of a potential 48. And so again, under this new proposed parking mandate, there would be 22 extra spaces created for people who don't even exist at Island House. And I think you talked about also it being seasonal and people in and out, it not being a primary residence. And I just have to believe that the demographics of other buildings must be somewhat similar to ours. So, thank you.
Thank you.
We have Sharon Worthington, following her Scott Meese.
Thank you very much. I'll be brief. So if, I just would like some clarity around the setbacks for landscaping. Is that in addition to the setbacks in the previous ordinance? So if someone could answer that question. And then also just a question for the planning team. I'm very pro native plants, so I'm with you on that. And so that part, you know, all cheers go for the native plants. But confused how just the east side of the zone is impacted, not the west side. I'm guessing it was line of sight. Somebody mentioned that earlier. And, you know, we would love to have line of sight to the intercoastal too. It's beautiful. There's always boats going back and forth there, but we don't feel, you know, I think collectively I can speak, that's not our property. We don't have rights to that property for line of sight there. But would like that question answered. Why was the east side only targeted for landscaping and beautification and not the west side? And then more clarification on, is the setbacks for the landscaping in addition to the previous setbacks in the previous ordinance? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you guys want to address that real quick? If you don't mind, we'll let them address that real quick.
So to answer her questions, first off, the ordinance, as I mentioned, is for village-wide, so it's not particularly for, if you're referring to the setbacks, the landscape buffer, sorry. So the 15 feet and the 10 feet, which is the 15 feet would be the front and the 10 feet would be the sides, that's for C2, R3, R2, all the other zoning districts. So it's not particular to east or west, it's village-wide. That's one thing. Secondly, it includes both of the properties, so if it was the east side or the west side for the waterfront properties, but it also includes R2, our zoning map. So there's some properties on R2 that also have waterfront properties. So it includes all waterfront properties that are within the village. And the last question that she had was pertaining to the setbacks. The setbacks is separate of this. So the setbacks is, let's say you have 20 feet. You would then, within that 20 feet, you already have to separate your building 20 feet. Within that 20 feet, 15 feet of that would have to be landscape. That's the only difference. So it's not an additional, it's just within that setback. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Lance.
Scott Meese, then Mark Vidal.
Thank you very much. Scott Meese from Island House Northeast again. And I love the discussion about parking. Really good stuff. I'll just, and I don't want to be redundant, I'll be brief. I would just mention, I think Mary mentioned that the parking on Beach Road, some of the owners of some of the condos have complained about that. I think it would be pretty rare that you're going to find any of the owners of the condos parking on Beach Road. I think they're at their condos. So I just, you know, if there were complaints about that, I think that's probably not, it's probably people that just are coming from somewhere else. Excuse me, trying not to infect the microphone. I think, Councilwoman Brandon, maybe you mentioned something about us coming to you and telling you that, or the implication is that we're going to sell Island House Northeast. That is not the case. Most people at Island House Northeast do not want to sell. However, we are pragmatic. We got a 55-year-old building, and at some point we're going to have to redevelop. We have stuff that goes on there. You say, wow, you know, a lot of maintenance stuff, and so we're just being pragmatic about it, and we just want to preserve our rights, really. The last thing I would say is about safety. I think that it is imperative, and I think you will all agree with me, that the number one thing you would be considering is about safety and safety of these buildings. I think another speaker had indicated that the Daytona issue somehow suggested that you should go forward with these guidelines and ordinance. I think it's completely the opposite. I think what you want is intelligent development with new buildings, because the new buildings clearly survived the hurricanes way better than the old ones. And that's one consideration we have. So, you know, do we want to stay there? Yes. Do we know that we have to do something at some point? Yes. So I think safety is number 1, 2, and 3 at the top of our minds, and I'm sure it'll be the top of your mind. So I would just say I would balance the desires of the aesthetics in this proposed code and guidelines with those of safety. You want to encourage development, for sure, safety, tax base, lower density, all those things, but you want to balance it. So, and I will stop there and once again wish you all happy holidays and thank you very much for the time you spend on it, sincerely, regardless of whether you agree with us or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to stand back here. Mark, and I'm going to be, I'll be real quick because everybody else has really talked about the issues from a parking standpoint. And, you know, we again asked if there was some study that showed that on Beach Road, in the condos specifically, that there needed to be additional parking. And there isn't, as far as we know anyway, any analysis. And the whole point of these guidelines, as I understood it, was Beach Road is unique. We should be looking at what happens in Beach Road. I'm on Beach Road a lot. There are some parking issues, but they tend to be up near the park, and they tend to be folks going in and out of the water up there, and that's fine. It's kind of part of the charm of being up there, I think, really. We did some math. I walked around this weekend to look at some of the parking. We have the same issue as they said that Lamar has. We have very little parking. But we've never had a problem, in season, out of season. I went to the 100 and 200 buildings. I think there are 40 units. Under this calculation, they would each need 95 parking spaces. So between them, they would have 190 parking spaces, which is great for a Walmart, but I don't think we want that on Beach Road. So I just don't think that there's any real reason to go beyond the 2. I don't think there's any justification to go beyond 2 per unit. That's what the code says. And I don't think anybody who buys a $25 million condo is going to park their car on the road or park down a Coral Cove. They're not going to buy. If they're not happy with the parking that Mr. Perko gives them or whoever develops the next building gives them, they're going to go somewhere else. In this county right now, there's plenty of $25 million condos to buy if you're looking for a $25 million condo. So the market will make them take care of the parking on their property, and they'll use valet. They'll do whatever they need to do to satisfy their customers. So I would urge you on behalf of myself and the other residents here to reject the parking requirement outright, particularly in R3. We just don't think there's any necessity, and there's certainly been no demonstrated need for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
These 2 people, Jonathan Griffiths, if I saw him.
I think John.
Yeah, he left.
And Kathy McGrath. Okay, so then we only have Ron Klein, and after him, Brian Seymour.
No, you can't. You can't. Hi, Ron Klein, on behalf of Michael Rutledge. So again, just as a matter of record, 325 Beach Road, what I've heard from Mr. Rutledge and the property owners in that building, no parking problems. Just put it on the record anyway. There may be some, obviously, from time to time you may be hearing about, but again, reinforcing that same point. It sounds, first of all, I think all of you have really come through with a very good set of variables to think about, some different ideas. And certainly, you know, I think tonight you can either carve out R3 or you can, you know, maybe just study this a little further and figure it out. I think a bunch of the suggestions all make sense. It's just a matter of the practical side of deciding, you know, based on who's going to be buying the properties, how many users there are, and everything else. I mean, you don't want to create a problem, but you want to do it as narrowly as possible, so again, not to overbuild parking spaces and things like that. Last thing I'm going to mention, I did mention it before, but you know, the Florida legislature, after Surfside, passed a law which is really going to create some longer-term impacts on properties, multifamily properties, including reserves and a lot of other things. And particularly with communities that have older buildings, this is going to be a big issue. Not to mention, you probably already heard about citizens and all the rest of this stuff. But this is going to be a big issue in terms of people being able to afford to stay in their places, and whether that's going to force development or force people to leave, it's going to be problematic. And it's going to require fix-it, repairs, or replacement, I guess, is the bottom line to the way the whole thing's gonna play out. It's not necessarily gonna happen overnight, but it's gonna play out over the next couple of years. So I think it's just a matter of thinking about all this as you're making important decisions like this. So, thank you again.
Thank you.
Actually, to your point, it's already playing itself out. The 200 building, which we lived in for a little while, they completed a renovation, I'll call it, about 1.5 years ago, and every unit holder was assessed $85,000 above and beyond their normal HOAs. So it's already happening. And I know there was a comment made about the 100, 200, and 400 buildings not being on people's radar. 400 may not be, but I can tell you, and I've shared this with the manager, that I had a developer call me about the 200 building. So I do know that even in those tall buildings, under the right circumstances, there's some interest.
I will be very brief. Well, I used some of my time already. Again, Brian Seymour for the record. When you said 85,000, I think Mark Badeau he just saw 2 or 3 more years of work flash before his eyes. The short version is this. It's a simple fix for us. You can vote today, carve out the R3. Just that they can make the change very simply to carve out the R3. I also did have a question, though, about the rear landscaping along the water and why you're buffering the water. People buy water views. So maybe I misunderstood it because it was the first time I heard it. But we shouldn't, if you're along the water, if you're on the intercoastal or the ocean, that's what you're buying. So if I missed something, it's 40% of the back. But again, still, like if you got to put trees and shrubs and do all this, I still ask why. But we could talk about that. Big issue, parking. So if you carve out the R3, we're not going to argue about the landscaping. But I did have that question if we have to keep arguing. We could talk about it later, Nelson. Don't worry, because I haven't eaten dinner either.
Yeah,
and I'm driving to Tampa.
Nobody has eaten dinner, so. Yeah. So with regard to the 40%, obviously we are not proposing a thick, line there. And the 40% was based on the already approved project Sea Glass and 300 Beach Road. The developers, they always propose some landscaping on the corners, to buffer a little bit, to make it more pleasant because people are at the swimming pool, so they put some palm trees, and then they put also some other landscaping, maybe in the middle of on the center part, and then again on the other corner. So it's just 40%, and that number came on based on the other property, Sea Glass and 300 Beach Road, is to provide some, aesthetics and some buffering on the toward the beach or toward the water.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other public comment? Mr. Bradford?
Parking is not all that complicated. But it's a very emotional subject. I mean, when I worked for the town of Palm Beach for 22 years, I saw fisticuffs in the streets of Palm Beach over parking. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I can tell you about a problem that I'm dealing with in Juno Beach. So there's a condo that's on the seaward side of Ocean Drive that has 24 units and 6 guest parking spaces, and it's not working. Okay, and they're seasonal. That condo is seasonal, and they're catty corner to Mars Way, which runs to US 1 and Ocean Drive. And so since they can't accommodate all the guests or the service personnel, they're spilling over. You can't park on Ocean Drive just like you can't park on Beach Road, and they're spilling onto Mars Way, and those people are asking me to help them. And the problem is that it's a problem. There's no way for the condo to fix the inadequacy of what they have, and the residents that get the spillover are very, very angry. On the other, I don't know what the right number is, but I would think for 24 units that 6 gift spaces is probably not enough. But the trend in the United States is actually to not mandate parking. If in Portland, Oregon, many cities in California, like San Diego, for example, and in New York City, they don't mandate it anymore. And that they have multiple reasons for that. One of which is they don't want cars in their city anymore. They want, bicycles and pedestrian and so on and so forth. But in conclusion, I would say, maybe, number one, you can hire either a traffic engineer or a parking expert, and they can take into effect the seasonality of everything, and they can tell you what their professional recommendation is for this for whatever zoning districts you're talking about. And therefore, I don't see any problem of delaying this, hiring the expert, and even talking and working with these other people, because I don't know what the right answer is, but there's some sweet spot out there that you can ascertain if you just take the time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay. So I think everyone's in favor of removing the parking, and I personally think a thoughtful study should be done with all of the zones, including R3. So what does everyone else think?
Yeah, I mean, so you're proposing to bring in an expert, and I just, bringing in an expert, I still don't understand the genesis of this problem. It's solutionism, a solution to a problem that doesn't exist.
I would suggest we carve out R3, allow it to remain as is, and then with respect to the other zones, if we think there are issues that need to be addressed, we could look at those, because like I said, if you've got a community that's year-round residents, I can see where guest parking could become a sense of, there could be a need. But I don't think in the R3 area, based on my own personal experiences and based on the buildings that currently exist, that we need to make a change. The two units, the two parking spaces per unit is more than what currently exists in the existing buildings, and I think it's more than adequate. Like I said, I know with the 300 building, I think, Mr. Perkle, you correct me if I'm wrong, but you've got 4 or 5 guest spaces. So if you want to have 2 or 3 spaces that allow for service personnel, that's great. But I also, the other gentleman who made this comment, I think, was very wise when he said, hey, this is a free, what you're looking for here is a free market solution. He's going to build this building. You're going to be selling these units for significant money. We've talked about the need to have a compelling product offering, and if that parking isn't right, you're going to feel it. So I think the 2 that we have currently is sufficient, and I would say carve that out, let it stand, and then if we want to address the other areas, we can.
So I'm not comfortable carving out just R3. I want to carve out all of it, because I think it's too arbitrary for the others.
Well, no, I'm not saying we pass it. I'm saying we carve out R3 and then the
Remove, that's
rest
what
of
I
the
was
areas.
suggesting, remove all of the parking.
Yeah,
Because
remove all the parking.
this is not just, the parking portion is not just R3.
It's for everything.
So that's what I was getting at, remove the entire parking portion from the ordinance and do a more thoughtful study and look at each zone individually.
And what I was saying is carve out R3 and let R3 stand as it is, period.
Yeah, later in time.
And then the rest of the areas, I agree with you, we can do a study if we want to do a study for those, because they have different dynamics.
Okay.
That was my suggestion.
Like I said in the beginning, the parking, I listened to the LPA meeting and feedback, and in the past few weeks since then, I've received feedback on both sides, and I have reevaluated and really thought about it, and I do agree that the way it's written today, it's too much, it's too excessive. So I would be in favor of removing the parking from this ordinance as it is and passing it without it, and then discussing parking separately on another day.
Can I make a motion to remove parking and pass?
So the motion would be to pass ordinance 1622 on first reading, but delete the proposed amendments to Article 10, Section 78705 completely.
That is correct. That's my motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and lastly, any other matters? Council.
I just had one. I know we only got this memo this morning from the village attorney, but I would like it to see us move forward on the issue of Tequesta Park and creating an appropriate use agreement that would allow the village ultimately to recognize capital contributions, maintenance contributions, and if we so decide, to permit us to select a league. It doesn't have to be the Little League, but to select a league if we deem it appropriate. And I'd like to see us move that forward sooner than later, so I don't know if there's interest on anybody else's part, but I wouldn't mind having a special council meeting solely to address that particular issue, once people have had a chance to review that memo and get their thoughts together.
Go ahead. Well, I know that conversation is coming. Do you want me to,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say something totally different for any other
Oh,
members.
okay.
So do you want me to
So,
wait?
well, just on that comment, I mean, we've already given staff direction to put the use policy. I personally don't see a need to expedite. I think it comes up on the next agenda if they have it ready by January.
That's our plan.
Yeah.
January.
So I don't see any need to expedite. I think we're
Are you talking
on
about
a
a
good
council
path.
meeting or a workshop, though? Because the workshop, I think, just got canceled.
No,
Did the
but you're
workshop get
bringing it on a
canceled?
council meeting.
Yep. I plan on bringing the use policy to the council meeting for
Yes.
approval.
All right.
Okay.
That was the plan.
All right.
All right.
The other thing, it's been brought up to me and maybe some other people involved with Jupiter. Jupiter is doing water testing, and I know Marjorie's very aware of things happening in the water industry. Tequesta is on track to test our water next December, and it has been asked by some residents, why would Tequesta wait till December and not just do a quick test sooner than later to see where our water stands? So I don't know if that just needs to be a Jeremy answer or a Marjorie answer. I just wanted council to know that there's some people out in the public kind of questioning why is Tequesta waiting a whole year to test water? Why not sooner than later to see where the water quality is at?
We have water professionals that, don't feel like there's an issue in our water. We've never had an issue with our water, so we haven't. It's about $8,000 to do a test, so we haven't chose to do that. We will be mandated by the state to do that next December. It's not us, choosing to do that. So right now, we don't feel like we have an issue. If council directs us to, we absolutely will.
Well, we're constantly meeting the standards that are required by every
That's right.
organization out there and doing daily samples as.
That's right. Yeah,
and
meet
just
all the
got our
standards.
test lab up and going.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, thank you for that info and thank you for the cost amount.
Okay. Any other council comments? Nope. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Is somebody really gonna oppose that?
Huh?
I don't think so at
You
this
guys
point.
should oppose, just for fun.
Just for the hell of it.
Just for fun, maybe one day I'll be like, I'm gonna stay here.
My longest meeting that I've run.
We could have a.
Yeah.
Much tougher than the work I did. But thanks. You guys were very deliberative, and it's good stuff.
Thank you.
Thank you.